Good evening, everyone. I'd like to, before calling this Operations Committee to order for June 16th, respectfully acknowledge on behalf of Council and the community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years, and it is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in relation to this Operations Committee agenda? Seeing none. Next one is approval of the agenda. Just to note that 8B is being removed under new business, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended with the 8B being missing. So moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Approval of the minutes. I entertain a motion for their approval. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by, has to be someone other than yourself, Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Any business arising out of those minutes? No presentations or delegations. Brings us to 8A, one-time funding agreement. Ms. Sorio.
Good evening. So the recommendation is that the Operations Committee of Council endorse and recommend to Council approval to enter into a bylaw for a transfer payment agreement between the City and the Province for a one-time funding for Pembroke's streamlined official plan. Due to the time-sensitive nature of the agreement, a bylaw will be before Council this evening. So the corporation will be receiving funding in the amount of $8,618.11 from the province to offset the cost of the official plan change order for the City of Pembroke's planning consultant, plus the unrecoverable portion of HST, subject to the execution of a transfer payment agreement. This amount was previously funded from the city's 2026 contingency fund as per a motion by the Parks and Recreation Committee at their meeting of March 17th, 2026. So as you know, the city is in the process of redoing its official plan, and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has approached the city and asked if the city would be one of 4 municipalities to participate in an official plan pilot project. This pilot project is a streamlining initiative that will be required to be undertaken by all municipalities redoing their official plan in the future. So the Parks and Recreation Committee at their meeting of March 17th agreed to participate in this pilot project. So to be part of the pilot project, there were some additional work that wasn't anticipated by the consultant when their bid was received by the city. So the consultant has indicated that this additional work would result in an incremental cost of $7,915 plus 7% disbursement plus HST, and this amount was not accounted for in the 2026 budget. The city approached the province requesting reimbursement of this unanticipated cost for the pilot project, and it was approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs on April 24th, 2026.
Thank you. Questions, comments, motions? Councillor Keel?
I think that one was self-explanatory, so I would move that the Operations Committee of Council endorse and recommend to Council approval to enter into a bylaw for a transfer payment agreement between the City of Pembroke and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the province, for the one-time funding for Pembroke Streamlined Official Plan.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Purcell. I just simply note from the chair, it was nice that the ministry received the letter from the city favorably for this. So unless there's further discussion, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Ms. Sorio. Next up, Sanitary Services, 7 Isabella Street, Director Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that the City of Pembroke Operations Committee approves the following. That the City of Pembroke extend the existing sanitary sewer main and install a maintenance hole at Maidens Lane. The reallocation of $72,967 plus applicable HST from the surplus funds in the Isabella Street Phase 3 project to fund the works. So the quoted combined cost of the sanitary servicing at 7 Isabella Street is $97,616 plus applicable HST. The cost does not include any internal plumbing reconfiguration, pump installation work required within the building, and does not include engineering services. So the city's portion of the works would amount to $72,967 plus applicable HST. And the outstanding amount, the internal plumbing works, the engineering design, contracted services, and the plumbing permit will be paid for by the property owner. 7 Isabella Street does receive a water bill, but doesn't presently get charged sewer taxes. The Isabella Street Phase 3 project has an anticipated surplus of just over $1 million, with approximately $300,000 of that being sewer funding. So some background. Isabella Street and the adjacent property on Maidens Lane are currently serviced by private septic systems on their properties. The owner of 7 Isabella Street has approached the Operations Department and the Building Department regarding the feasibility of connecting to the city's sanitary collection system, as his current septic system needs to be decommissioned. The property on Maiden Lane has been included in the discussions regarding municipal servicing and would have the opportunity to connect to municipal services in the future. The city's existing sanitary infrastructure on Isabella Street ends with a dead end and a stub. This does not provide access for regular cleaning or maintenance activities on Isabella Street and creates operating and maintenance issues. The intent is to extend the sewer main that was originally planned to be included in future phases of the Isabella Street catchment area projects. However, timing of the future phases would not allow for mitigation of the failing septic system. Detailed estimates for the work were obtained by the property owner and reviewed by staff. Procurement, installation, and inspections will all be completed, meeting the city's policies. The Operations Department, in discussion with the property owner's engineering consultant, we have reviewed a number of servicing options for the property. The preferred option is the one that was shown. There is a sketch attached to the report. It's the extension of the city's existing sanitary main line and the installation of a new maintenance hole at the intersection of Maidens Lane and Isabella Street. The extension would allow for ease of operating and annual maintenance activities on the city's infrastructure. The property owner would be responsible for all costs associated with connecting to the city's sanitary system and all costs for the interior plumbing works. And the property owner has incurred all the costs associated with engineering design services. The option to do nothing, as always, was considered. However, the property owner has a failing septic system that cannot be feasibly replaced. The city's chief building official has confirmed that due to lot sizing and proximity to the riverbank, new septic system is not a viable option for this property. The two affected properties have previously approached the city for sanitary servicing as far back as 2001, with the records that we can find. And the city determined that the work was not required at that time, but would consider at a future date. The cost estimate for the work in 2001 was $36,000. So requiring the property owner to install sanitary servicing from the property to the existing sanitary stub that's there right now, we did consider that. It would not solve the city's issue with operating and maintaining the existing infrastructure, and it would unintentionally compound the problem of the dead-end line, because we'd have additional servicing on the end of that line, which would prevent us from being able to clean that properly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to commend staff for working with the homeowner on addressing this problem, and it needs to be done. A very detailed report and explaining about servicing, operating, and maintaining. So I would make a motion to accept the two recommendations.
Is there a seconder before that one? So, Councillor Purcell, you're seconding it? Yes. Okay, Councillor Lafreniere.
Yeah, no, I was going to support. I was actually going to make the motion. I mean, 25 years ago is different than today, because obviously his septic system is end of life and cannot be replaced. So, I mean, he is paying taxes in other ways to the city, so he deserves to be served as well with septic. So I support the motion.
Councillor Giacono and then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Lewis. With the comment about the proximity to the river and the riverbank, would I presume that the current septic system will be removed, or will it remain in place?
Through the chair, it will be removed.
And also, my second question: how many of these scenarios do we still have within the city of Pembroke? Is this a sort of an anomaly, or are there others?
Through the chair, I would say this is an anomaly. There are a handful of locations that are still on septic system where we don't presently have feasible sanitary sewer. Off the top of my head, I would say no more than a dozen.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, in terms of, septic system failures. We provide the services for septic services to our Pembroke population, and individuals that don't live with access to the infrastructure, when they have a septic system failure, end up with an unexpected bill of many's of thousands of dollars, anywhere from $25,000 to $45,000 to replace a septic system. And that's if you're lucky enough that it fails during good weather and not in the winter, because you can add some additional dollars. So I think, people need to realize, whenever they're looking at their water and sewer bill, that, it's pretty inexpensive compared to the big picture in terms of having your own septic system. And worrying about failures and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to reiterate that, because that's, I know some individuals that are going through it right now, and it's a significant expense, an unexpected expense. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll call the question on that motion. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next item, Director Lewis, Project Management Services, Water Reservoir.
Thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council approval of the following: that the project management services for the water reservoir system expansion, P-26-01, be awarded to Colliers Project Leaders in the amount of $510,000 plus applicable HST. Approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $125,000 for contingency allowance. Total value of the recommendations equals $635,000 plus applicable HST. As part of the 2026 capital budget, just under $7.1 million was identified for the water tower and quarry reservoir expansion. It was anticipated that project management services for this project would be in the magnitude of $750,000. This is a provincially funded project under the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program, Health and Safety Water Stream, with the city receiving a maximum of $28,733,256. That is 73% of the total eligible cost of $39,360,625. The remaining 27% will be a combination of funding from the City of Pembroke and the Township of Laurentian Valley. The project includes expansion of the quarry reservoir water storage facility, transmission water main, and the design of a new water tower or pumping solution. The project will expand the city's drinking water storage and provide for necessary fire flows. It will install 2,150 meters of new water main along Quarry Road and Dieuville Drive for anticipated growth, and it will connect to the existing distribution system near the intersection of Robinson Lane. Completion deadline of the project is March 31st, 2029 to meet the program. Regarding the RFP, a total of 6 proposals were received for this project. The proposals were reviewed and evaluated, meeting all the city's procurement requirements. Proposals received were reviewed and evaluated in accordance with predetermined criteria. That criteria is noted in the report. The recommendation was derived by using the highest score based on the average of the evaluators, and based on that review, the evaluation committee determined that the proposal from Colliers Project Leaders offers the best value for the project. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Questions, comments, motions? Councillor Lafreniere?
Just a question through the chair. So that I think it's roughly 11 million that is to be paid between the city and the township, if I look back. Is that part of our long-term finance plan already? Because, when you did up the water rates and sewer rates, was that anticipated in those rates, or would this be causing an edit of those rates?
Through the chair, it wasn't included in the previous water and sewer rate study. It is being included in the new water and sewer rate study that is being done right now.
Okay.
We met again about it this morning.
Okay.
So it's part of that, and it has been anticipated in the future on our multi-year capital construction forecast.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or motions? Councillor Kill?
I move that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council approval of the following: that the project management services for the water reservoir system expansion P2601 be awarded to Colliers project leaders in the amount of $510,000 plus applicable HST. Approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $125,000 for contingency. The total value of the recommendations equals $635,000 plus applicable HST.
And second by the Deputy Mayor, yes. Just to note from the chair, so this is the one that, the grant that we received due to the hard work of staff at the single largest grant that I'm aware of that the City of Pembroke received, but it's equally worth noting, as Councillor Frenier has, that there's always a portion that the municipality has to pay because grants aren't 100%. So having said that, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next one, Mr. Director Lewis, Waste Management Curbside Collection.
Thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council approval of the following. Award of the request for proposal PW-11-2026, collection of municipal curbside waste be awarded to Miller Waste Systems, Inc. in the amount of $1,227,934.66 plus applicable HST for year one of the 7-year waste collection services contract. Year one is April 1, 2027 through March 31st of 2028. Second recommendation is award of the subsequent 6 years of the collection contract, municipal waste, curbside waste, at the contract rates adjusted by CPI on the 1st of April each year. The financial comments, the new contract for curbside collection will be a per stop contract fee versus the present per ton contract. This change allows for both the municipality and the contractor to manage variation in waste volumes without necessarily affecting the long-term contract. For information purposes, for the first year, the contract costs for the various waste streams are as follows. Residential solid waste is roughly $1,041,000. Residential leaf and yard waste is approximately $50,000. Residential large item collection is approximately $93,000. And the ICI, also referred to as NES, waste and recycling, is roughly $45,000. Residential recycling is now part of the provincial program and not picked up under this contract. And the costs that I've just noted do not include tipping fees at the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre or recycling fees for NES at the Mterra processing facilities. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. The costs noted represent an overall 21% increase in collection costs over the budgeted values, the existing budgeted values. CPI increases are included in the contract effective April 1st of 2028 and then each April thereafter. As well, due to the ever-increasing and volatility of fuel prices, monthly fuel price adjustments have been included into contract. The adjustments for fuel will increase or decrease based on the market through the Ontario Fuel Price Index. CPI and fuel price adjustments are included in the contract terms and are in line with industry standards, and that helps both parties with cost variability. Some background, the City of Pembroke is a partner in the curbside collection contract along with the Town of Ottawa and the Township of Laurentian Valley, and we have been since the early 2000s. The current contract has been in effect since 2015. The existing contract ends on March 31st of 2027. There are no significant changes with the operation of curbside collection with this new contract, except that we are no longer directly responsible for the recycling collection. That's being done provincially now. Miller Waste Systems, Inc. is our present contractor for curbside collection. As well, they are the current contractor for the provincial recycling program locally. The contract being awarded is from April 1st, 2027 for a 7-year term with the option to extend for 3 one-year periods. Regarding the RFP for municipal curbside collection was led by the Town of Ottawa on behalf of the partners, with all partners collaborating in the writing of the RFP. The RFP was advertised on municipal websites and social media platforms on April 14th and closed on May 13th. 11 firms requested documents. We received 3 proposals. Valuations of the proposals were conducted by the department heads of the applicable departments for the partners, as well as appropriate staff that manage the collection contracts. The proposal submission followed a 2-phased approach for evaluation, with evaluation of the technical portion separate from the financial portion. To move on to the evaluation of financial component, the proponent must score a minimum of 53 points on the technical evaluation. Two of the firms moved forward into phase 2 of the evaluation. Proposals were reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the predetermined criteria, again noted in the report. The recommendation was derived by using the highest score based on the average of the evaluators. Based on the review, the evaluation committee determined that the proposal from Miller Waste Systems, Inc. offers the best value for the contract. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Do we have a justification for a 21% increase?
Through the chair, the fact that we had such a long-term contract and waste collection services, recycling services were a little different 10 years ago when that contract, actually 11 years ago when that contract was done. Things have changed a lot. Cost of maintenance on vehicles alone, purchase of vehicles alone is a significant change over that 11-year period. I believe the rates are in line with the industry.
And with respect to the fuel indexing, how are we budgeting for that if it's bouncing around every year? Because we can't go to the taxpayer every month and change our pickup fee.
So it's difficult to point the finger at exactly a line item on how we budget for fuel increases or variation in increase or pricing. But we do the same thing with construction tenders and various other tenders. We build into that anticipated tender price, not necessarily an escalation fee, but we look at those prices, understanding that fuel prices are presently through the roof, and that there's increases in vehicles, equipment, maintenance of that equipment. So we build those into our budget numbers. I'm trying to be able to point a finger at something, Councillor Keel, I can't, but we do anticipate and we do work those type of figures into our budgets.
So at the end of the day, with the recycling being taken off of our plate, are our residents actually seeing a decrease in costs?
Through the chair, I would say yes, there is a decrease. There would be a significant increase again if we were still collecting the recycling. You know, that's not part of this report because it's not part of the contract, but the 21% increase would be significantly higher if we were also collecting all that recycling. The other effect is recycling going with the provincial program. We're recycling more items than we did in the past. So the recycling program is more beneficial overall with that additional stuff. So I believe there is a cost savings to all users of curbside collection and the recycling program with this new contract.
All right.
Mr. Giacono?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Lewis. I remember a number of years ago when they talked about the Blue Box program and some of the recycling going back onto the back of the manufacturers and taking the weight off the taxpayer. That was the talk by the province. To me, it should be a revenue neutral thing. You know, if they're picking up the slack that we paid for before, it should be offsetting that 21% increase. I don't know how that works, but I think we were sold a bill of goods that, you know, eventually we're going to go back to the manufacturer, and where they had a plastic and a paper bag and a wrap around the cookie, now they're only going to have plastic. They're only going to have one thing. Now, whether that's happening or not, and I'd just like to know if Mr. Lewis could comment on that.
Through the chair, the 21% increase that I've referred to is based on a 21% increase on our budget figures just for these items. So I did not include in that the fact that we're no longer paying for recycling. That would be a minus value, and then add on the increase to curbside collection for the solid waste. We could get that number if that's what committee would like. We can get that number as a comparison, but that isn't in here. The entire recycling program has been eliminated off our budget, so those are not the budget figures I'm working on. I would have to increase those budget figures to do that comparison based on the 2025 budget that included our recycling. That's not part of this.
Mr. Mayor, just as a follow-up, and I'm not trying to, to belabor the issue. It's just that, if this was a revenue neutral thing for us, and I mean, you come in and say, we're going to have 21%, it doesn't cover everything that you're talking about. I understand that. But it would be nice to have, say, look, this has gone bad to the manufacturer. Now, the taxpayer, the city of Pembroke, even though we're paying 21% on this, we'll see a revenue neutral 21% overall. I mean, I may be wishing for something that may not happen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can come back with those figures.
So the only question I would have is how much time is that going to take? I don't minimize what you're asking for, Councillor Giacono, and perhaps you're thinking of then raising that with the legislature or so forth, but what does that mean in terms of staff time to be able to try and crunch that and bring it back to committee? If committee wants it, I get that, but I'm just, anyways.
Your worship, I wasn't asking for it right now. I just thought into the future, into the budget coming up, there may be some consideration because we're at the end of the year almost. Thank you.
Okay.
That would be an opportune time I can bring it back for budget.
Okay. Councillor Purcell.
Sure. I guess getting back again to the Ontario Fuel Index. So I know that there are some buffers built into some of the contracts, and I'm just kind of asking more in general, knowing that this contract, there's maybe a surcharge for additional fuel costs, right? So when we award a contract, how is that managed? Because I'm just I want to understand that a little bit better because, I mean, it could be significant dollars. So somebody could underbid on a project, right? And then come back and say, well, I bidded on, the bid that I used was $1.30 a liter. And now come back and say, okay, now we're paying $1.70 a liter. So 40 cents in terms of, per liter of fuel, and then send that bill back to the city of Pembroke. So I just want to understand what controls we have in place, because fuel is one of those commodities that's very fluid is right. Well, meaning that it can be utilized, for various different purposes, and not just the purpose that we're paying for. So I'm just curious how that is managed.
Through the chair, the Ontario Fuel Price Index is published monthly. If the tender, in this case the proposal, if the proposal closes in May of 2026, that's the full fuel price index that is locked into the contract. Any adjustments that happen after that date are all based on that index, which is published by the provincial government. So a proponent can't use whatever figure they may want to use at the time. They can't underbid or overbid based on what they foresee as being the fuel price changes. It is the provincial fuel price index that was published on that date is the date that will adjust. So if fuel prices come down, we get a credit. We will receive a credit off our invoices for that. If fuel prices go up based on the province's published fuel price index, then we will pay additional. But it's all based on a published fuel index.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Does the contract provide an indication in terms of the quantity of fuel that will be used for that particular project? So, I mean, if you don't have a baseline.
Through you, Your Worship, I get where you're going now. Yeah. Okay. I believe, and don't quote me on it, I believe 15% of the unit rate is considered fuel. So the adjustment for fuel prices is only based on that 15% of the unit price. The other 85% of the unit price is equipment, manpower, all that other stuff. It's not subject to the fuel price index or those adjustments. So it's just that 15% that is stated in the contract, all covered out in the contract.
Thank you for answering my question. I knew there had to be some sort of.
And I apologize, it didn't get to it quicker.
Thank you.
So to Councillor Purcell's question, so I'm missing something here. So on a monthly basis, are you evaluating it? Did it go up? Did it go down? Like, you're not doing it every day or anything?
You're correct. We do that monthly when the new fuel price index comes out. The invoices, it'll come out at the same time the invoices come to us, and we'll review the proponent. The contractor is responsible for sending us the invoice, and then we will compare that invoice to the fuel price index and ensure that they're accurate in their figures.
Okay. Councillor Keel?
So we know that we're using the May 2026 as the baseline?
We know we're using the date that the proposal closed on. So I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure what date that was. It may have been in there. May 13th would be
Okay.
the date. So it would be the May index is our baseline.
Oh, that's not the worst index.
So if there's no more questions, is there any motions on this particular one? Deputy Mayor?
I motion we accept the recommendation to award the contract to Miller Waste Systems.
Seconded by Councillor Giacono, yes. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next one, Mr. Lewis, tender award P 25-05 Quarry Road Extension Phase 1.
Thank you, Your Worship. The recommendation that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council approval of the following: that the Quarry Road Extension Phase 1, tender P-25-05 be awarded to GP Splinter Forest Products Limited in the amount of $898,265 plus applicable HST, being the lowest and responsible bidder. Approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $100,000 for a contingency allowance. The total value of the recommendations equal $989,265 plus applicable HST. As part of the 2026 capital budget, $1.25 million was allocated for the Quarry Road Phase 1 reconstruction from McKay Street to the former CN line. Project costs as tendered, including contract administration, construction, tendering, additional expenditures, and the net HST, amount to $1,120,881.76. The above recommendation for award includes the award of contract administration services to JP2G Consultants, Inc., and that's based on the quoted values submitted in their design and contract administration proposal. The contract was publicly advertised. 6 bids were received. Tendering met all the city's requirements under the procurement bylaw. JP2G Consultants, Inc. reviewed and analyzed the bids, and bids were received as follows. GP Splinter Forest Products Limited, $898,265. Do All Construction, $922,283.07. Bonashare Excavating, Inc., $972,221.42. Thomas Cavanaugh Construction, $1,100,000. Greenwood Paving Limited, $1,144,906.25, and GOA Paving at $1,188,866.90. The project involves the semi-urbanization of the existing gravel road from the Quarry Road McKay Street intersection to the abandoned rail line, approximately 225 meters. Works will include granulars, paving, culvert installations, water service extension, and landscaping restorations. This is phase 1 of a 2-phase project for the reconstruction of a road connecting McKay Street to Paul Martin Drive through the existing unopened road allowance, and it was identified as a priority project in the Township of Laurentian Valley Pembroke Transportation Master Plan. Work on this phase is anticipated to commence the last week of July this year, and the completion date is mid-September. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
So I very much support the concept behind this idea. I think having that cut through instead of vehicles going down to town line, and I think, you know, we've all seen what happens to town line when you rush that kind of heavy traffic and through it. My only question is, do we own the rail bed portion yet?
Through Your Worship, not yet. We're working on that right now. We do own the unopened road allowance, so it's just the portion of the old rail bed that we're working on right now.
So is there not a potential that we do this and can't connect? Are we putting a cart before a horse in this particular moment?
We don't believe that to be the case.
But we don't own it.
We don't presently own it. We feel very, very comfortable that we will.
Uh-huh. Okay. I don't know. That part makes me nervous still.
Other questions? Councillor Purcell?
I guess that would end up putting some restrictions in place in regards to town line and the utilization of heavy vehicles eventually down the road. Is that the plan?
Through you, your worship, no. Not presently is that the plan to restrict heavy traffic on Town Line Road. There is other parts of the city that heavy traffic still needs to get to. The hospital, for example, deliveries to the hospital could be difficult. So it
I'm thinking
wasn't
more in
necessarily
terms of
the plan.
Cassidy's. Cassidy's continue to come up town line, make that corner, and I think it's, there's a whole bunch of truck traffic along that.
We're in discussions with Cassidy's. I don't believe they would consider using Town Line anymore when they've got direct route from Paul Martin Drive directly to their doorstep, so I don't see that as being an issue. Town Line Road could still be utilized by others within the city.
Right, yeah.
So-
Okay.
Not necessarily Highway 17 traffic or the shunting traffic from Cassidy's down to Industries in the industrial park.
I'm just concerned because we've done some previous work on town line, and it just seems to take a real beating there. So just wondering if there's an opportunity to kind of restrict some of those heavier vehicles from that area. And now that there's a little more development there as well.
We may, through you, your worship, we may restrict other businesses within the center core and the east end of the city if we were to do that. And I would be concerned that we'd push traffic into other areas that we don't anticipate. Cecilia Street, for example. We don't anticipate heavy traffic on Cecilia Street, and we could be pushing it in that direction. A route off of Paul Martin Drive or coming in off the highway directly up through Quarry Road to the back part of Cecilia Street, a left there and trying to get into the east end. We could just transfer the damage to somewhere else. For information purposes and just as a reminder, the reconstruction of Town Line Road is in the 2026 budget. We will be reconstructing that, knowing that it's still going to take some heavy traffic.
Councillor Lafreniere?
So I support this, obviously, but I do hear what Councillor Keel is bringing up, and that is, are we putting the cart before the horse? I have no doubt that staff is confident, but I've seen other things happen. Private properties, for instance, where they bought, a property thinking there was road access and found out it was their neighbor's road and didn't have access at all. So I'm kind of worried about not having a more firm answer on us owning the rail bed. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I hope this happens. I hope it goes through. And I hope that we can assume that rail bed. But I'm kind of having some reservations about moving ahead till we get some kind of surety here that that's going to happen. So that's my comment. So I don't know what.
Okay. Councillor, did you want to comment before I? Okay, yeah.
Please. Thank you, your worship. I'm not trying to hold anything from committee and council, so please understand that that's not the intent, but we are in an open session, and property acquisition and disposal generally is not done in open session. So I can say that staff feel very, very comfortable that we will be moving forward with the required property acquisition to ensure that we have that for this second phase. We're working on the due diligence studies and the environmental studies. Design is well underway for the second phase. Everything is moving forward as staff want to see it move forward, and we feel extremely comfortable that we will be moving forward with phase 2.
Jacquemin?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can understand the question mark that Councillor Keel has, Councillor Fernier, but based on the enormity of the project and what it will do for the area, et cetera, I think, based on your comments, that things seem to be moving forward. If there is a glitch, I'm sure the province of Ontario would step in because of the nature of what's happening here. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
trying to think if it's wise to have an update at closed session tonight, so we can get a little bit more information and then come back and revisit this after. So I move that we discuss this and add it to the agenda in terms of close, so that we can kind of get a bit of an update and then come back and revisit this.
Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So in order to provide proper notice, I would strongly advise that it be put on an agenda like subsequent to this meeting. I know that probably doesn't ease any questions for today, but if we want a close report / update on the matter, it should be at the July 14th meeting.
Councillor Jacquinot?
Are we faced with pressure deadlines for this particular project anyway? That's my question. Or are we superseding our authority?
Mr. Lewis?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the contractor is planning on starting construction the last week of July. So if we weren't able to do an award until the July 14th, by the time the required paperwork comes through, the construction schedule would not be met, and completion dates then extend and so forth. So we are in a bit of a crunch to get this awarded.
What Mr. Lewis is saying is, like, even on Isabella Street that we approved, I think, 2 months ago, just this past week, the CEO and I signed it. So it takes that long to get the contract signed and get rolling. So anyways, it wouldn't be achieved at the timeline that's being thought of. Councillor Purcell?
Again, I have concerns, not that anybody would do that, but, after you put significant dollars into and you own the stoppage kind of thing, does that not give that individual or individuals maybe a little bit more bargaining power to increase the value of that property when you've already sunk $1 million into it? So, I mean, that's why I think maybe we need to have some sort of discussion.
This matter is before us, so we can either have a motion to presumably table it with the direction that we're coming back in July, or a motion to award or something. So I'm looking for something. Deputy Mayor?
On the table.
Okay, so I have a motion to table, seconded by Councillor Purcell. No discussion on that motion. So call the question. Those in favor of tabling this particular matter with, I'm presuming, a direction to come back in July?
There is discussion over setting the special meeting date for July 7th. It could potentially be added to that agenda as well. I've just thought of that now.
So either the July 7th or the July 14th?
Yeah, and we haven't, again, we're just in the works of ascertaining quorum for that. So July 7th is, we're still working on that. So that could be another date as well for closed session.
So with direction to send it to a date in July, how about we leave it loosey-goosey then? Councillor Jacquinot?
Can we have a recorded vote on that, Your Worship? Is that,
If
I would
someone-
request a recorded
yeah,
vote.
If someone asks for a recorded vote, we get a recorded vote.
Okay, so for the clerk's clarity, the recorded vote for tabling or, okay,
For tabling.
just so everyone's clear. All right, so
Yes, Councillor Kale?
Is there any reason we can't move right now into a closed session on this agenda item?
we haven't labeled it as a closed session item. However, if council wants, I'd have to look up the section per se, but you can forego the rules and you could call a closed session. It's up to council. I'd need a second to look up the exact procedural agenda topic.
I think we can.
It is at the discretion of committee. I just can't cite the exact section of the procedural off the top of my head.
So does committee want the Madam Clerk to look up the section to ensure that that's permissible, or do we want to withdraw the motion to table, or what are we doing?
I would like to hear the answer to this question, because
Yeah.
then we could just get this over with right now.
I agree.
Okay, so how about
I move that
Withdraw-
I move that we recess.
into a closed session?
Well, that we recess
For
to,
information.
Oh,
For
to find out the section to, okay. Okay.
or, hold on, nobody seconded that motion. Can we move to the next matter and then come back to this one?
Yes, at the call of the chair, if you wanted to.
So just to be, I'm sure Mr. Lewis is enamored to be with, with us at a committee meeting. He has, what, one more, but then he'd have to kick around for the balance of this agenda to deal with, is that what you're
Can we just
envisioning?
move to the next one, and then
Yes.
maybe we'll have an answer
By the time we're done the next
by the
one?
time we're done the next one?
Are you good with that?
I can catch any questions or notations for the minutes on the recording, so for the sake of time, yes, if you'd like to move to the next one at the call of the chair, we can do that.
Very good. Okay, so in terms of the, I'm still hung up on the motion to table. Can we at least dispense with that one, get rid of that one, like withdraw it? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we're going to move to the next one at the suggestion of Councillor Keel. Excellent idea. So Mr. Lewis, DWQMS.
Thank you, Your Worship. Recommendation is that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council acceptance of the DWQMS Management Review Report for 2025, and that the Mayor and the Chair of Operations sign and approve as indicated. Requirement of the Ontario Drinking Water Quality Management Standard, DWQMS, is operational plan is for the quality management system. Representative to ensure annual management review results are conveyed to top management and the owner, which is Council. This report fulfills that requirement. This report contains a summary of information that top management must review annually in accordance with the management standard. DWQMS is a key tool that supports and ensures that Council, as the owner of the drinking water systems, is meeting its duties and responsibilities under the Safe Drinking Water Act and standard of care. The DWQMS has been designed for continual improvement, which is the foundation of the DWQMS policy endorsed by top management and Council. The current review considers the entirety of 2025 and, where appropriate, touches on activities continuing in 2026. The DWQMS sets out a mandatory list of 16 issues to be examined during the annual review and reports. The detailed results have been reviewed by top management in accordance with the DWQMS Management Review System Procedure. Highlights of the review. During 2025, the city's drinking water system scored 100% compliance across the board after a detailed Ministry of Environment inspection. The water quality testing program meets or is better than regulations. Maintenance procedures are appropriate and continually improved and updated. Shortcomings are being addressed through the preventative and corrective action request process. The operator certification program is working, and staff are following procedures and showing a commitment to continual improvement. So in short, 2025 management review shows the DWQMS is functioning successfully, reinforces the fact that the City of Pembroke produces and supplies high-quality, safe drinking water. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions or comments for Mr. Lewis? Seeing none. Any motions? Moved by Councilor Purcell? Yes. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Madam Clerk, if you need more time, we could probably keep going with Madam Treasurer.
Yeah, I will need a little bit more time, Chair.
Okay. So if Mr. Lewis wants to share his table, we'll move forward and welcome Madam Treasurer to the council table to deal with Pembroke and Area Airport Commission budget.
Good evening, everybody. So my first report tonight is on the Pembroke and Area Airport Commission 2026 budget. Their 2026 budget is presented in the attachment, and they're required to submit their annual budget for approval of each council as part of the joint ownership management and funding agreement. The city's share of cost for 2026 is $23,492.65 as compared to our budget of $23,680, and that's slightly higher than our 2025 contribution of $22,394. So I'm looking for a recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend approval of the Pembroke and Area Airport Commission 2026 budget by council. And a formal resolution for this is included as part of tonight's council agenda package.
Thank you, Councillor Jagano.
I move we accept, Your Worship.
Seconded by Councillor Purcell. Any comments? Yes?
I just wanted to say that it'd be nice if we get maybe just a little quick update in regards to the Pembroke area airport. So I'm here that there's some good things happening there. So I'm just wondering. I know that Councillor Plummer sits on that committee, so maybe we can look at getting just a quick little brief update. Thank you.
We can certainly pass that along to Councillor Plummer so he can bring forward a report at a future date. Yeah? Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. It's coming forward, but in any event, entertain a motion as per the recommendation. Councillor Purcell and, oh, it was already, yes. Okay. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next up, Transit Committee Terms of Reference. Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. So as discussed at the March 3rd meeting of Committee and Council, we are continuing to look for new Transit Committee members, and we do have one more meeting scheduled for this term of council in September. Under the terms of reference, the categories of membership are quite strict, and it was discussed that we'd like to change the wording in the terms of reference to allow a little bit more flexibility in the appointment of public representatives to the committee. So currently, we have the original wording, which has the general public into specific categories, like, for example, adults with high school age children, adults with young children, an active senior, an employer working in the West End, the East End, etc. So the proposal is to change this wording to say that for general public members, we're looking for up to 4 members of the general public, ideally representing these categories where possible. And then up to 4 local employers, again, ideally representing certain categories where possible. And this will allow for greater flexibility in appointing additional general public members to this committee. So the recommendation is that committee approve the updated terms of reference for the Transit Committee as presented.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Deputy Mayor? Is there a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Jacquinot. Any other discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried. Next up, Madam Treasurer, Transit Update.
So as per the committee's terms of reference, the Transit Committee meets on a quarterly basis to review transit KPIs and discuss any issues raised by the community. So the Transit Committee met on June 1st, 2026 to discuss a number of items. The first item discussed was the presentation of the ITE National Capital Region Project of the Year Award. So on Friday, May 15th, myself, representing the City of Pembroke, and Jordan Papazoglou from Left Turn, Right Turn were on hand to accept the Project of the Year Award from the Institute of Planning Engineers National Capital Section. The Project of the Year award showcases a groundbreaking transportation project that contributes to the general quality of life, shows excellence and innovation, makes sustainable impacts from an environmental and climate perspective, and contributes to the practice and knowledge base of the transportation profession within the National Capital Region. So tonight I'm presenting this award to council this evening, so congratulations to everybody. Great job. So at the intermission between meetings, I was hoping we could take a picture for socials. Okay, thank you. At that meeting, we also talked about our typical ridership statistics and service review. So those statistics are attached to the report. Our rider satisfaction, trip rejection rate, riders per service hour, no-show trips, and mobile payments are all meeting our targets as of the end of April. Our ridership continues to be above our year one average of 1,200 to 1,700 rides. So in April, we saw just over 2,200 rides. There are a few measures that will follow once the transit dashboard is available, and I do have a meeting tomorrow to see how that's looking. But overall, the project continues to be on track as we enter into month 11. I think it's been 10 and a half months so far. The process for stop requests was also reviewed. So the questions have been raised around dead end, no stops on dead end streets for both Elgin and Moffat. So currently the stop request process is that the city receives a formal complaint, and myself as a transit liaison will review it along with the operator and can take into consideration things like pedestrian safety, driver safety, the rider's eligibility for the handy bus, the details of their complaint, our service standards, and any acceptable alternatives, and then I'll provide a decision. And if the request is not approved, we do provide a detailed explanation. So not every request is granted, but to date we have not had any issues with ride request stops, and we have been able to accommodate quite a few, both from a resident point of view and a driver point of view, because the drivers have also raised a few concerns about safety, and we have made some adjustments to our stop network on the basis of that feedback. So the Transit Committee felt that that was an appropriate process, and for the specific issue on the dead ends, their feedback was we do have a policy that states that our goal is to have 400 meters or 5 minutes of walking, so we should meet this policy wherever that's appropriate or safe. And they did recommend for dead end streets having a turnaround policy to ensure that there is sufficient room in the turnaround to meet safety concerns for both passengers and drivers. So that was recommended to sort of balance the need for convenience with the walking, with the safety of the driver and the vehicle. So that is something I will be working at during the summer, and I will bring forward a draft policy for discussion at our Transit Committee meeting in September, and then to Committee and Council in the fall. So expect that to come. And this is a policy that Renfrew County Joint Transportation Committee is also looking at. So they're going to share their policy and some of their best practices with me. So certainly if there are issues that arise about not having stops on streets, please direct them to the ortc@pembroke.ca email, and that's where I pick up the requests and will handle any stop requests, including the ones on the dead-end streets, and we'll evaluate it from there. The discussion that was raised at a previous council meeting about the proposed increase from $5 to $7 will be discussed in a separate report, because that's a bit lengthy to go into just in an update report. There was also discussions about a monthly pass, and attached I have included a couple letters received from some of the service organizations in the community regarding the affordability of fares for regular users, and the request to have a monthly pass for regular riders of the service. So as we saw from Left Turn, Right Turn's rate review in May, there's certainly interest. According to our survey, Ridership has shown an interest in a discounted fare option or monthly pass. They are typically set to try to encourage behavior. So we typically group ridership into 3 categories: occasional riders, frequent riders, and regular riders. And the issue so far is that it's hard to group these 3 categories together to tell sort of where the break-even point is, because you typically want to set a monthly pass to try to encourage frequent users to just become regular riders and use it all the time. Right now, we have that set at about the 15 rides a month. You kind of transition from being a frequent rider to a regular rider, but that was somewhat arbitrarily chosen. So as transit demand has not settled into an established pattern, our consultant recommended holding the city's $5 flat fare as is for now. And we do expect ridership to become better established in year 2. Throughout the fall last year, we saw ridership increasing quite significantly month over month as the general public became aware of the service and we started loading people in. So we do expect this fall to be a better indicator of what our fall winter ridership will look like, and January, February as well, when we're in the deep winter months. So we are expecting to see better patterns to establish rates over that time period. If a monthly pass rate is to be set, it's generally recommended that no pass be greater than $100, and that again comes from left turn, right turn. Feedback from the transit committee was that the majority of members supports a monthly pass to promote ridership from frequent to regular use. And one of our members made a great comment about that it does provide a predictable base of revenue, because typically it's something you buy every month, and it helps form those ridership habits. And once it becomes a habit, you know, you have an established base of users, so anything you can do to try to create that kind of regular behavior is helpful. The group felt that fare recommendations should be in the $70 to $85 range a month, and everybody felt $100 was too high of a monthly pass rate that voiced an opinion. Algonquin College also raised the concept again of a U-Pass or a college pass rate. So the city does need to provide some guidance to the college by the end of January. And how the pass would work is that we would develop basically a semester pass rate, which is typically a discounted pass rate, and any college student that resides in Pembroke would be required to have that included as part of their tuition. And so whether they use the bus only a couple times or all the time, everybody would pay into this pass. So this again would provide a predictable base of revenue for this system. And it also helps the students because they're allowed to include this as part of their tuition, which they can use their OSAP money for. So again, and they often run out of OSAP, you know, towards November, December, just in the winter months when they probably need it the most. So it's beneficial to the transit system, and it's beneficial to the student as well to have something like this. So we would have to present a rate to them, and they would have to vote on it through the winter months, and then come up with a formal agreement would have to be developed in the spring, summer, once those votes came in to say if the student body accepted that change or not. So I will be having to bring forward something around budget time on this particular issue. And again, I'm hoping we'll have a little bit of a better ridership number for that. So following this discussion, there were a few follow-up items. There was a question asked, is there any evidence that ridership increases when a monthly fare is introduced? So I will have to do some research to see if there's any studies on that. Certainly, if we offer a monthly pass, we also have to consider impact on the handy bus, because if we offer it, the handy bus has to offer it for Pembroke residents. So I have posed that question to the handy bus, and it was indicated to me that this would be discussed at their next board meeting. So I don't know how many regular riders they would have that would want a pass like that, if they're more into the occasional couple times a month, or if they have people that use it every week. The concept of an Equipass for low-income individuals was also recommended for further exploration. So I do have a meeting with Renfrew County Social Services next week to talk about the availability of transit subsidies and if something like this would be beneficial to low-income individuals. So by way of comparison, the OC Transpo has a special rate for low-income individuals, and they have to fall into the low-income category from the CRA, and they have to provide their tax return information every year to qualify to receive that discounted pass for the upcoming year, essentially. So there is a process for that. So I'm going to find out first if that's something that's really needed, or if there's programs currently in our area where low-income individuals could apply to through the county services. So I will, again, follow up on that with the Transit Committee and bring that back. And I guess finally, in terms of Petawawa, they have recently completed their phase 1 of their transportation study. And the recommendations from that report has determined that a hybrid solution would provide the greatest potential benefit and would meet the needs identified through their background analysis and the public engagement that they had through a survey and a public meeting. So their recommended hybrid solution includes an on-demand service similar to Ottawa River Transit within the municipal boundaries of Petawawa, as well as a fixed route connecting Petawawa to Pembroke and offering an on-demand service within the, I think that's repetitive. Sorry. So it's essentially a local service and a connector route between the two communities operating like on an hour. So they drive here, they drive back every hour between the two communities. So Petawawa has approved moving to phase 2 of this study. So it will design kind of all aspects, and I have had an initial meeting connecting the Petawawa's consultants to our service providers to discuss how that might work and exploring a potential partnership with Ottawa River Transit. And they will also look at costing the service if they were to provide it independently without partnering through Ottawa River Transit. So certainly from our perspective, our RFP does include a piggyback clause in which other municipalities could use to contract with our service provider, Mobility Transportation Services. If they were to partner with us, we would have to agree to let them use the Ottawa River Transit branding and logo. So they would have to get consent from Pembroke Council to do so, and there could be an opportunity to share some of the marketing and website costs for the service. That's not a lot of money, but it's a little bit. The connector service between the two municipalities would require further negotiation and a cost-sharing agreement, but that does fit really well within some available funding through the Ontario Transit Investment Fund, and that provides multi-year funding in the introduction of a new connector service. So it is a very good fit for that program. But again, a formal request would have to be made to the City of Pembroke Council from Petawawa should they wish to proceed with the service using our brand. So it is expected that phase 2 is coming back to Petawawa Council in August, and following that, we should have more information on what they want to do next. So I will keep you posted. So is there any questions? So this information and this report's provided for information, and I will pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Great job, very informative. I will similarly leave the fare issue until that line item on our agenda. With respect to the two dead ends, which would be Moffat Street and Elgin Street, do we have the power here today to just make that happen? Is that within our authority around this table at the moment to instruct on?
I guess technically yes, but in my mind, I don't recommend it because it's not efficient. And if there's no demand on those streets, then why would we put it? But that's up to council.
But if there's no demand, then it would rarely go down there, correct?
I would have to, again, review the safety with the driver because I know when we looked at Elgin Street, it was not a good situation in the wintertime.
For the time being, until we figure out our policy, I move that staff establish a spot on Moffett Street and on Elgin Street. And then we can review it when you have a full policy.
So there's a motion put on the floor by Councillor Keel. Councillor Lafreniere?
Second, I want to comment.
Okay. Did you want to comment any
I have
further?
other things, but let's do.
This motion first. Councillor Lafreniere?
So this is still in the pilot project stage. It is still up to council. As far as I'm concerned, last time I checked, when we do a pilot project, it isn't for sure yet. We're looking at everything. If there's problems with routes, I don't see that we as a council can't make those decisions. We are the ones that live in the community, pay taxes in the community. Whether complaints come from those individuals on the street or not, if we feel they're not being serviced in the way that other residents in the city are. Now, I know at the last meeting someone said, well, they could use it if they want. Well, no, they can't. Because I believe it's like 1,200 meters down Elgin Street. The fact that they can't use it, yes, I'm paying to recreation, I may not use those facilities, but I can if I want to. I don't use the library, but I can if I want to. I pay towards transit, but if you live on Moffett and Elgin, you can't. Not to the same extent other residents paying those same taxes can. And that's the inequity that I am disputing. The fact that it needs to go to a committee that is really a temporary committee, an advisory level committee, to make those decisions bothers me. Staff, I know, spend a lot of time at this, but really it's still our job to make those decisions as to route, as to rates. Now, individuals will pick up the Blaze app on Moffett or Elgin, and it'll tell them they're not available. So you're saying they have to formally complain to an advisory level committee who is on a pilot project? No, I think that even if your neighbor just said, oh, there's a bus, can we take it? You know what I mean? Like, I think we're still at that level to make those decisions for our community as a whole. So, garbage trucks. So you're saying Miller now, they won't be able to go down Elgin, because those trucks are a lot larger than our minivan, our bus. Garbage trucks go down our street, they pick up garbage. They must make a safe turn.
I hope.
So hopefully we can still get our garbage picked up on Elgin, and that's not going to become a safety issue with the city. The hydro truck, I've seen that go down my street many times, and that's huge. Fire truck. So now fire service isn't available on Moffett or Elgin? So I dispute the fact it's safety. I live on Elgin, and school buses, some of the school boards, their school buses go to the end and turn around. These are small vans. They're not huge transport trucks. And I think if we decide we want them to serve the people on Moffett, it should be there whether they want to use it or not. And that's my argument. Maybe they'll get 3 calls a year to go down Elgin, but at least they are paying taxes to a service that will be available to them within a 400-meter walk. And that is my argument. And the fact that our hands are tied about making decisions on a pilot project, it gets under my skin. And Petawawa, I'm excited about the idea that Petawawa is like, wow, Pembroke has transit. We don't really have it finalized yet. So to step to phase 2 already, and they're going to decide on phase 2 in August about whether they're going to have transit, I think this train has left the engine and it's already passing Toronto before we've even approved it. So I think we need to just kind of step back, say who's in charge, who's driving this train, or you want to say who's driving this bus. So I think we need to step back. I think it's wonderful to see the excitement that staff has for it, but I wonder if there's a little bias in there too. You know, like, I mean, there's people that in the city that don't support transit too, and I hear from them. So I want to make sure that this council are the ones making decisions, not committee members that are there on an advisory level. So I'm sorry I'm getting maybe a little heated about this, but I am. Because the ratepayers on those 2 very long streets, I think it's being saying that it has to be a legitimate complaint. So a report that comes from me is not legitimate enough, saying I want the service on Elgin, or at the last meeting, we all voiced our concerns. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say for now. I just think that and we got to remember whose roles are what at this point in this project.
Treasurer?
So just a point of clarification, it's the transit liaison, who's me, that makes the decision right now, because I operate the service, right? I'm
Well, then
the-
through that, I disagree with that. I think that maybe staff, needs to take more direction from council. So I'll just speak through the chair on that.
Yeah, so,
You're on the other end of the email, is what I think, because I could see you. So it's not the advisory committee that the email goes to, it goes to Madam Treasurer. No, I'm just trying to clarify.
so, and again, the council has set the policy where our goal is to have a 400-meter walking distance or no more than 5 minutes. Now, I would say there's probably some random houses on some random streets that probably don't meet it, but I don't know if they want to use the service or not. So that's where they have to, if they come to me, say, I'd love to use your service, but I can't. Like, I fairly assess every complaint that comes across my desk, and I also go through the comments that people put in the app, and I'll reach out to people to say, sorry, you had a bad you had a bad experience, trying to teach them things about the app. So it's like I try to be as fair and as possible with every complaint that I receive, right? And so I've always thought that was the role of staff, is if the citizenship is complaining, they should be coming through staff, and I will try to address it the best way I can. And then if they're not happy with that, then they come to council, is my understanding. I think Dave might want to chime in.
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, and I think I just want to make that point is that it's the role of council to set policy, take a look at risk, fiducial responsibility. It is the role of staff for operational. This is an operational item. If council wants to set a different policy or procedure for staff to act upon, then they have that choice. But council makes that policy, and then staff carry it out.
Okay, is there other members of council that wish to speak to this particular motion? Deputy Mayor?
So I just have a question for the treasurer before I speak. So have you received a concern from Elgin and Moffett Street? So the bus does go down Moffett Street, though, within 400 meters to the end? Oh, it doesn't? No. Okay. No. But you've never no request from a person on Moffett. But if they have the Blaze app, and they try and get a bus, or they call, are they told to walk to Welland Street?
It will direct them to the closest stop, which would be more than a 400-meter walk.
A 400-meter walk?
It probably would be, yep. It depends how far down Moffett they live, right? If they're at the very end, I believe that's more than 400 meters.
Yeah, they have to walk all the way to the end.
So, but then if nobody at that end location is taking the bus, then it doesn't really matter. So this is where if they come to us and say, I'd love to use it, but this is ridiculous, then I would look into it and discuss it with the operator.
So can you look into both situations and maybe
just-
come back with an option?
Sorry, through the chair. I've discussed it with the operator. When we looked at the Elgin Street in the wintertime, it was after some storms, so it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best weather to be driving down there to begin with. So when we discussed it, we talked about doing the turnaround policy because the Renfrew County Joint Transportation acknowledged that not every dead end is traversable, but a lot are. And so they have criteria that they're going to look at to make sure that the safety criteria is met. And their buses are bigger. So I was going to look at that and say, as long as it's safe, and if there's a winter maintenance issue where the bus can't get down there, then my follow-up would be, as long as it's deemed safe, then I could allow a stop. And then if there was winter maintenance issues, then I would have to direct that as a complaint from the transit service to Brian's group to say, you know, we need somebody to clean up that turnaround because we're having issues. Because technically, there is enough space to safely turn around at that location. So that was the approach we were going to take for stops on dead-end streets, because the feedback I initially had was that Elgin Street wasn't ideal, wasn't necessarily safe. And you have to consider that we don't just have employees on these, we also have members of the general public, like on the buses, that we also have to be concerned about from a safety point of view, not just a vehicle damage and a driver issue. So that was our approach from a policy point of view. And then again, if I had a complaint on Elgin, then I would look at it from a safety point of view. And if it met the safety, if it had an acceptable level of safety, then I would be putting a stop on Elgin Street based on where the person lived and what was reasonable for the bus. So I would talk to the operator about it, and I would try to put it to them as close as possible.
And then
If I
Moffett's-
know they're going to take it all the time, right?
Then Moffett Street, they could go, the bus could go down halfway and meet them
Yeah.
if you get a
I
request.
guess, again, if I know somebody's taking it all the time, then I'd try to locate it within reason to them and be close to them.
Yeah. The comment from the committee, Justin Jeffrey spoke, the manager of the consortium, and he said, you know, you don't want to politicize the process. Trustees don't run the bus system. But I see your point, though, you know, but we have a treasurer that makes the decision, and we need to come to some kind of a compromise.
Jacquino?
Your worship, it seems that as a council, we've directed staff to do certain things, and now we're telling them you can't do that, so we're gonna do it. So it's either one or the other. Are we micromanaging in that sense? And I mean, if there hasn't been a complaint from those particular streets, and I'm not trying to eliminate, you know, the use of the service there, if nobody's calling you, why are we discussing it? It's a non-issue. Or has somebody called and said, I want a bus there, I can't get the bus. You said no one has called you, or no one has contacted you. Councillor Fernier, somebody contacted you? Have you relayed, I'm not,
Do I have the name of the person? They don't want to, because I was talking, are we talking through each other now directly?
So
I
that was
asked my
Councillor
question.
Jacquino's comment. Okay.
That was my question and my
Does either
comment.
Councillor Purcell or Councillor Plummer wish to speak to it before I speak to it? You may not want to. I'm not trying to force you to speak to it. Councillor Purcell.
I mean, I see two sides of the story here, okay? Because we are supposed to be looking strategically at different things. But then again, our role as councillors is to address concerns. But if there hasn't been a concern, other than a recommendation from a councillor, I would just suggest if people on Moffett Street or Elgin Street choose to utilize the busing services, that they contact, you know, through report of concern or contact the treasurer directly if they're trying to book a bus and it doesn't work for them. I mean, all those operational issues are addressed through the resources that we've identified as the leads for the project. So my other concern is that tonight we've really watered down advisory committees, the role of advisory committees. Why have them? How many advisory committees do we have? What's the value? Why are these people dedicating all their time to advisory committees if it's just going to be, oh, well, it's just advisory committee, we can do whatever we want? It's a slippery slope. That's my concern.
Councillor Plummer, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to
No,
give you
I
an
understand. Thanks for
opportunity.
letting me chime in, and excuse my lateness. I had a prior engagement that I couldn't get away from. But I would say, you know, following the proper channels, a formal ask, and then I said, would agree that if someone wants to use the bus on those roads, certainly we should be servicing those roads. I have no problem with this council directing staff or setting a policy that we should go down a dead-end road that we have often, as Councillor Fanning, a lot bigger vehicles travel down and they can seem to traverse the way. But again, I think there has to be requests from those residents through the proper channels to access the bus. I'm just a little confused. If you bring up the Blaze app, I've never used it personally, but if you're on one of those streets, will it just state not available, or will it just state that your nearest entrance is, I guess, the closest stop, I guess, would be Mary Street from Moffett, or the end of our Boundary Road from Elgin? Is that correct?
So through the chair. So yes, it'll direct you to the closest stop, but it might exceed the 400 meters. And I would think for the end of Moffett Street, it would exceed our goal of having people walk no more than 400 meters or 5 minutes.
Right, so then a follow-up to that, then, I guess, if put out there to residents that are farther than 400 meters, if that's our goal of the transit, then put in a formal request to the treasurer, and then we as council can then decide, yes, we should service those citizens that require that stop. You don't need to make a stop if you don't have a stop, but again, if no one's using the service, then there's no need for it, but if a person does require the service, I think, yes, it should go down those streets. Thank you.
Okay, so from the chair, I drove down Elgin Street, it's 1.4 kilometers. I don't know what that is in meters, but it's 1.4 kilometers, long enough. Moffett Street is exactly 1 kilometer from Mary all the way down to the end. In terms of, so Councillor Frenier is indicating that she has had someone voice a concern about Elgin Street. I've had 2 voice a concern about Moffett Street. One was just this past weekend on Sunday when I grocery shop, which is, you're out in the public. As I've told both of them, because that's what the direction was to that point, which was email Ottawa River Transit. That's where you're supposed to say, hey, I can't take the bus and I'm not walking a kilometer. So that's for background, and then in terms of my position, I support what the motion is. Councillor Kuehl.
So, I mean, from my perspective, we set a policy where we would do our best, and I agree with the treasurer that there might be some gaps somewhere. I'm sure she hasn't gone out with a measuring tape and done every single point. But the direction we did give was that there be no more than 400 meters. Obviously, Elgin Street is 1,400 meters, which would be 1,100, which would be 1,000 meters longer, and Moffett Street's over double. We did hear complaints from Councillor Lafreniere at the last meeting. I've only received 1 complaint. It was also from Moffett, but I trust Councillor Lafreniere's concern from Elgin. Councillor Lafreniere also lives on Elgin. She could be the one complaining, and she would have every right to. So at the end of the day, I don't recall us, do we have a policy on dead ends?
So through the chair, the only policy is the 400 meters, and so it was suggested that I look at the safety of dead ends and just make sure that there has certain width parameters and that kind of thing.
Okay, so here's
So
what
that's where the dead end policy
Okay,
came
so
in.
here's what I'm going to say, is there have been complaints, and I accept from people that there have been complaints, whether they've emailed or not. Number 2, we don't know how many people who are taxpayers and paying for this service have gone on the Blaze Act and they don't complain. We know not everybody complains, but there could be people that logged on to it when this started last August and went, well, I'm not doing that. And then in terms of policy, I don't think we are overruling staff. That's where I was just going with the last question. We don't have a dead end policy. We have a 400 meter policy, and we know the 400 meter policy is not being followed in this particular case. So I'm not trying to overrule staff. I don't think we have a policy that precludes us from doing what we're doing. And at the end of the day, it's an on-demand service. If nobody ever uses it, the bus will never go down there. But we should be giving the people that are living down there the ability to log on and look at it and go, well, that's an acceptable route. If nobody ever uses it, then it's just going to be a dot on the map. I would suspect there's lots of dots on the map that have yet to be used over this last 9 months. So I was about to say I'm going to support the motion, but I think I brought the motion, so it's probably good that I'm staying on it. But I think in this particular case, it was brought up with a prior council meeting. I accept that we need to look into some safety issues, but at the same time, we've now spent 9 months denying some of our residents the ability to use this, and I think we just need to move it forward.
Okay, so, Councillor Giacono, last word, and then we'll call the question on this.
Your Worship, in my past life, sitting in your chair, I get many anonymous letters, which I consequently put in the garbage can because they had no bearing on anything. The person did not want to sign their name. They did not want to leave a phone number, no address. I don't know where they were from. They could have been from Timbuktu. And those letters, many of them were just to create dissent. And I think if a person has a legitimate complaint, I think our treasurer is a pretty amiable type of person, that she would be more than pleased to speak to them. And if they have a fear of calling them, then there's a problem, not with her, but with us. You know, like if the person doesn't trust you enough to give you their name to make a complaint, what's that all about? I don't understand that. Say, I want to complain, but I really don't want you to know who I am, and I really don't want to use the bus. I'm just complaining. I don't know that. I'd like to know the person. You know, people come to my house and they give me their name. Here's the complaint. I pass it along. So from that standpoint, you know, people shouldn't be reluctant to make a complaint. Other than they may feel frustrated, they may not go anywhere. But if we don't know who they are and what the complaint is and where they live, how can we action it?
Okay, so having said that, as I said, Councillor Jacquinot was the last. I'm just going to call the question. Those in favor? It carries. Okay, so now, Councillor Keel, that was your first kick at the, at the cat. The rest of what you wanted to speak to in terms of this report.
So I just wanted to thank the treasurer for her work on the other issues, particularly the monthly passes. I fully support the thought that we need to look at this further. This is a pilot project, and I think the collection of data, which you know, the mayor and I talked you know, a decade ago when the data started informing our police services board decisions and whatnot. I mean, that is important to have, and we also don't want to create confusion, and we don't want to start introducing things and then taking things away. And so I certainly I commend staff and the Transit Advisory Committee for taking a hard look at that. Obviously, a number of transit systems do have the monthly passes, but at this point in time, I think a wait-and-see approach while we review the data, while we look at things, is an acceptable position. I did want to very quickly ask the mayor, just as our representative to the handy bus, has the handy bus ever looked at a pass system, or has it just always been? Do we have any experience with that in Pembroke?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. And I don't. I mean, our old city bus was back in the 90s, and I don't recall monthly passes or anything back then. And I say that as somebody who took it to school when I literally was living on the wrong side of the road from the walk bus zone, and I don't recall having a pass. So I think that's something we want to be certain of and something we want to look into, because I don't know that in the city of Pembroke we've had a prior experience with that. I know the county, they offer taxi chits in some cases with some of the provincial programs. Do we know if they're now using our bus system as opposed to the more expensive taxi chits? We don't know. Okay. And with respect to the Petawawa connector, strangely enough, I think this is. I might disagree with Councillor Lafreniere a little bit on this one, because this one I think is the next stage of excitement that I'm hearing about. I'm assuming from the comments that we are talking about a fixed route in that case. Certainly, I hope it's something that the treasurer mentioned an hour, and I think in an hour you should be able to get from the East End Mall, the hospital, downtown, the West End Mall, and then straight through to whatever important stops Petawawa would see fit. And I think in an hour you could do that back and forth. We all know that we have a great deal of back and forth, particularly our military community. And, a lot of them, it's often young families and whatnot, and you don't always have a second vehicle. Whether you have a second vehicle at all, or all of a sudden, it's in the shop for several days. I certainly think that could be a good way of bringing our two communities together. So I do like the idea of us looking at it, but to Councillor Lafreniere's point, we are still in a pilot project, and that certainly needs to be, I think, consistently communicated, not just with our residents, but also potential partners. But I do want to commend the treasurer's work on that, because certainly if this system is going to work, the idea of it being a multi-municipal system, certainly that could just provide an added benefit that I don't think have ever seen before here. So I do thank the treasurer for her work, and I look forward to where we keep going, because so far I think it has been generally positive. No pilot system is not going to have some bumps here and there, and I think sometimes around this table we sometimes see the hard and not so fun stuff, because the good stuff doesn't always come here. So certainly anybody thinking that I'm not currently happy with how our pilot's going, that's not true. But what you're going to see around this table are the warts and bruises and stuff like that. So thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Madam Treasurer?
Through the chair. So just to clarify, the phase 2 of their transit feasibility study is just for information only, and it's not binding Petawawa's council in any way. They're just presenting it as information, and have met with Petawawa, and I have reiterated that they would have to make a formal request to Pembroke Council, and it would be up to Pembroke Council to decide if we were interested in partnering on a connector route. I mean, certainly for them to offer their own service within their own boundaries, it would be a more simple request of council just to say, can we use the same branding? But certainly a connector route would be a little more, because it would be financial more intertwined with financial. But has been made very clear to them that it has to come back to council for decision. So they are well aware of that.
Okay, other members of council? From the chair, just wanted to thank Madam Treasurer for her dedication and effort in the whole transit process, as well as the, working towards getting the project of the year. And so we continue to make steps forward, and that's where we go with it. Okay, next up is proposed ORTC fare increase, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, just a quick question. Can we move back to Mr. Lewis?
I am prepared to answer whatever the chair and committee would like.
Do musical chair, do you have a response to the inquiry in terms of whether we can go into a closed session and then release Mr. Lewis?
Yes, so thank you for the question, and thank you for your patience. While I looked it up, I wanted to refer to internal legislation, our procedural, and some external legislation. So according to providing notice, we provide notice explicitly for committee meetings, not the items on our agendas. So that I refer to the Municipal Act, and as long as we have a resolution that we are amending the agenda as a committee to add that notice, or to add that item in a closed session, which it is a permissible item under Section 239C in the Municipal Act, we can do that at the discretion of the committee. A resolution in open just needs to be passed stating that we will be going into closed to consider and get an update on that item.
So we need a motion to move into close, I guess.
Your Worship, I would be happy to move such a motion. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, do we want to do that right now? I see Ms. Lochte has, I guess she has a couple other things. I'm going to put it to you as to when the best time would that be, but I would move such a motion when the appropriate time.
This is the only one for Mr. Lewis, right, Mr. Lewis? Yes. So what if we were to entertain a motion to move into a closed? We'll ask the gallery to step aside or step outside for, I don't know how long, but for a few moments, including Mr. Binky, and then we would deal with that one and then bounce around. Councillor Jacquino.
Mr. Mayor, have we rescinded the one to go into not close, but to defer. Have we
Yes,
rescinded that?
yes, the deputy mayor withdrew that one.
Thank you.
So we're good with that. So
Okay.
Councillor Keel, did you want to move?
I move that the Operations Committee convene in closed session with authorized staff remaining in the room pursuant to the following section of the Municipal Act 2001, section, and I'm stealing this from later on, so I assume it's correct, Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality or local board, more specifically as it relates to Quarry Road and the adjacent rail bed.
Okay, and I think Deputy Mayor was waving, so second by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into a closed session. Afternoon, everyone. A closed session and operation committee was held. No pecuniary interests were declared. Information was provided, and so we'll now return to item F, tender award P 25-05 Quarry Road Extension Phase 1. Director Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to jump right into the recommendation. Again, the recommendation is the Operations Committee endorse and recommend to Council approval of the following. That the Quarry Road Extension Phase 1 tender P 2505 be awarded to GP Splinter Forest Products Limited in the amount of $898,265 plus applicable HST, being the lowest and responsible bidder. Additional approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $100,000 for a contingency allowance. The total value of the recommendations is $989,265 plus applicable HST. Previously, I discussed the report and the timeline for construction of Phase 1 of the Quarry Road Extension. I'll put it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Keel?
Your Worship, and if the clerk is okay, I would move that the Operations Committee endorse and recommend the recommendation just read from the sheet by Mr. Lewis.
Seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go back to proposed ORTC fare increase. Madam Treasurer.
Thank you and good evening again. So this report is to discuss the proposed fare increase that was brought forward as part of the Finance and Committee meeting in May. And we're looking essentially for direction on the proposed ORTC fare increase from $5 to $7 per trip commencing August 1st. So again, this was discussed at committee as well. So I have prepared some information on it for council's information. So from a financial perspective, increasing fares does not necessarily mean that ridership will stay the same. And this concept is defined in economics under the measuring the elasticity of demand, which measures how sensitive customers are to a change in price. So price elasticity of demand for transit measures how sensitive transit ridership is to fare changes. So if fares rise and ridership falls only a little, then demand is fairly inelastic. But if ridership falls significantly, then demand is considered elastic and linked to the price. So this concept has been studied by the transit industry, and the study results have indicated the following. So over the short term, demand for transit is typically inelastic because riders may have limited alternatives. So a 10% increase in fares typically yields only a 2.4 to 4% drop in ridership. However, over the long term, demand is typically elastic as riders adjust habits, with a 10% increase in fares yielding a drop in ridership of 11%. So I guess to put this in perspective, using gas prices as an example, if gas prices goes up in the short term, I'm still going to need to drive my car to work every day. But that trip out east that I was planning, I might not do anymore because that trip's going to be too expensive. So I would buy a little bit less gas than normal in the short term. But I would still pretty much require most of the gas I was buying already. But in the long term, if gas prices still stayed really high, then I would probably look for a rideshare or something to try to split gas with. And overall, my gas usage, as for me as a customer, would go down by quite a bit more in the long term. So transit works in a similar way. So the proposed $7 fare increase represents a $40 increase. So in my report, I do itemize how much impact that could have on ridership. So if we were to increase fares by 10% to $5.50, using a baseline ridership of 24,000. In the short term, ridership might drop down into the 23,000 range. Long term, it would drop down into the 21,000 range. A 40% increase, again, using a baseline ridership of 24,000. The short-term ridership would drop to 20 to 21,000, and long-term, it could drop down as low as 13,000. So right now, with a $5 fare, a 24,000 ridership a year works out to be 120,000 in revenues. So we could see some increases in the short term if we were to raise prices by 10%, but in the long term, we would receive less revenue than what's planned already. So in the long term, we would only receive $117,000 in revenue as compared to the 120 we receive right now. And expanding that to the 40% example, short term, again, we could see an increase in fares, but long term, we would receive less fare revenues, dropping down to 94,000 as compared to 120. So on the basis of this analysis, while increasing fares may yield short-term revenue benefits, ridership and associated fare revenues is expected to decline lower than the current $120,000 baseline over time. So other topics that were considerations in this discussion. I did find a really great resource when I was researching the price elasticity of transit demand, and the 2024 Rural Transit Handbook does discuss fare box revenues and cost recoveries as part of its manual. And it does say that while large urban transit systems might aim for a fare box recovery ratio of 30 to 60%, small and rural systems often struggle to reach even 10 to 20, but it's important for councils to understand that the value in transit in a community should not be based on cost recovery alone, but on what it brings to the community in terms of quality of life, economic development, and health. And that typically adult cash fares in a rural transit scenario range from $250 to $350 for local trips, and fares that cover a fair distance intercommunities can range between $5 and $15, and it really depends on how big the region is that the fare covers. So based on the forecasted 2027 budget, ORTC's estimated fare recovery ratio using the $5 per ride is 15 to 16%, and in comparison, the 2026 fare recovery ratio for North Grenville Transit, who's a comparator of ours, is estimated at 9 to 10%. So overall, Ottawa River Transit is doing better in terms of the fares we're recovering to cover the cost of the service. I will say for North Grenville, they do cover a greater rural area, so likely their higher travel distances per ride is likely contributing to their lower fare recovery that they're getting. Whereas for us, we have a much more compact community, so we're able to deliver more rides per hour than they are. So while the original Handybus fare was $7 a ride, it's important to keep in mind that the Handybus does offer a higher level of service, including door-to-door transportation and assistance with groceries, whereas ORTC offers a lower service standard. We do expect riders to walk up to 400 meters, which is still quite a fair distance to walk from pickup and drop-off locations. And I will say that as a user of transit in my younger days, we don't take transit necessarily because it's convenient, because it's not. You have to walk, you have to wait outside. I've spent, hours and hours waiting at bus stations for my next connection to get home from university every day. You don't take it because it's convenient, you take it because you can't afford anything else, you can't afford a car. And it comes down to an affordability issue with lower income residents in the community. So certainly the other consideration in terms of increasing fares at this point is the impact to the pilot project. So the goal of our 3-year pilot project was to assess local demand for public transit in providing an affordable and accessible service, partly funded by property taxes and intended to connect residents to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and community life. So certainly the concern now is significantly changing operating parameters midway through our pilot would compromise the validity of the pilot as evidence for council and the public. So as we talked about in the previous report, our demand has not yet stabilized into any kind of pattern, but we do expect the fall and winter months to be a better indicator of true demand, and we might still continue to achieve growth after that, but it would certainly provide us with really good baseline data to base decisions on. So if adopted, this fare change would weaken and muddy the city's assessment of transit demand. So if we see transit softening in year 2 and having less demand than what we've been experiencing in year 1, it's going to be unclear if this is the result of the service delivery itself. People have tried it, they don't like it, or if it's because the fare now is too expensive and people can't afford it. And we're not going to really be able to tell that if we increase the fare by such a large amount at this time. So certainly if we look at comparables across Ontario municipalities, our one-way $5 fare is among the highest, with North Grenville and Prince Edward County being the only other comparables that have that kind of rate for the type of service we offer now. Saying that, higher fares do exist in Ontario, but the fare covers a much larger area or region of service than currently our small little service area is. I guess the other consideration is that this significant fare increase was not included in the city's 6-month transit survey. So while the current $5 fare is higher than many comparable communities, survey respondents were still supportive of our pricing, and users did indicate that they felt it provided an affordable option for their transportation needs, but they were also supportive of discounted ticketing options, and we have heard from, as we saw in the last report, members of the community asking for monthly fares to again promote the idea of affordability in the community. So a fare increase may raise revenue in the short term, but it could hamper our other broader service goals and policy goals, which include accessibility, equity in the community where everybody has equal access to the services that our community offers, traffic and congestion, economic development, and we have seen that in our numbers because, as was indicated, 50% of riders are using transit for employment services, so we are seeing direct economic benefits to transit in our community, as well as environmental goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and overall public satisfaction. Certainly, there are opportunities to lower the tax impact without increasing fares. What I didn't mention in this report is some advertising revenues, which is something that I'll be working on in the summer. We do anticipate being able to generate about $10,000 through that opportunity. And as well, significant savings in our operating costs could come from the city owning the buses and having them funded through grant programs. So as we saw in 2022, the Handy Bus benefited from one of these grants, which provided 73.33% of funding. And with that, the city saves quite a bit of cost, and a switch to city-owned vehicles in our current contract could represent an operating savings of $150,000, $155,000 a year. Certainly, we could also look at, not next year, but perhaps in future years, merging operations with the Handy Bus, which may generate some savings through economies of scale and increased efficiencies, but we would need further study on that one. I have been asked questions about other revenue sources. So if the provincial gas tax funding unfreezes their formula, the city would be potentially eligible to receive an extra almost $84,000 a year through this program, which again would help decrease the cost of services. So that could kick in next year. Ultimately depends on what the province chooses to do. Certainly as a recommendation, the input from Transit Committee was that that we retain the $5 a ride until the end of year 2 to preserve the integrity of pilot project results and to support the service goal of assisting vulnerable members of our community. So certainly that's a recommendation, and it's up to council to make the decision. And the Pembroke Business Improvement Area also included a letter regarding the proposed fare increase for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. So procedurally, and I should have probably did this earlier, I guess there was a motion before and it was tabled. So is there a motion to lift it from the table so that we can discuss this particular motion to increase to 7? Councillor Plummer? It's just to discuss it, like, okay. There seems to be a reservation to doing that. Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Okay, there we go. Questions, comments, so forth. Councillor Keel.
So I guess right now we're in the motion to go from $5 to $7. I can't support that one. But I'm going to say to my colleagues around this table, I think there needs to be an increase, and I think there should be a regular increase all of the time. If this motion fails, I will be suggesting a 5% increase, which would be 25 cents, not $2. I think that's closer to around the CPI, and certainly it's far from the 40% increase that's on the table at the moment. I think at the end of the day, I appreciate the work put into this by the treasurer, but when she says that it might muddy the water, is there concern with the transit system or is there concern with the price? Well, if they're not going to like a 25-cent increase, I don't know that I'm going to like having a transit system, because if the feedback that we're getting, which I would suspect users of the bus system are always going to say we don't want an increase. I mean, I don't know how many of us around the table in things that we buy have said, geez, I wish you'd raise the price on me a little. But I think if this system is not going to work with a small, modest, regular increase, then I would be questioning the viability of the system, because we're certainly not going to hold it at $5 forever and ever and ever and ever. So to keep it short, because I think we spoke a lot at the last meeting when this was here, Your Worship, I can't support the 40% increase to $7. I will happily vote for a smaller increase tonight if that opportunity comes up. So I'll leave it at that, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Chair. I do not support an increase. I think we should continue with the pilot project right to the end of the second year, which we're not far off. My concern is that, we saw by the previous stats that 50% of individuals are using these to get back and forth to work. And I know that Mr. Keel thinks that 25 cents is not a huge increase, but that being said, this is typically on the backs of, in the pockets of, lower income individuals or individuals that are disabled or have mobility issues. Because, as you remember, we topped up the handy bus, right? So if there's a 25-cent increase in the fare, I would expect that because we wanted fare parity, that the handy bus would pretty much do the same thing, and that would actually reduce the top-up for the handy bus by about $6,000 per year. So that would be my expectation. Again, the handy bus and our bus services a lot of individuals that are on ODSP and Ontario Works, and I can challenge anybody to see exactly when they got received a 25-cent raise. I can present from Renfrew County District Health Unit in terms of the food and equity, that people don't even have enough for actually food on a table, and now we're going to increase the price of individuals that are going back and forth to work. A lot of these individuals can't afford any other transportation. So I am not in favor, even in terms of a small increase. The small increase results in about $500 a month in terms of increased funds. I'm sure there's another way that this council can do this, not on the backs of the individuals that, you know, have disabilities or individuals that are low income, that require this important service to go back and forth to work. So I will be asking for a recorded vote. Thank you. So I think we should leave it at $5 until the end of the 2-year. And then we could discuss at that time when we have a little bit more information. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Frenier?
So when this discussion around rate increases started, I was looking for quite a lift. But some of the statistics that I saw in this report are basically indicating we have to face it right now that we may never be able to increase rates substantially because it's showing a direct correlation with ridership loss. So I think we need to wrap our head around right now, how much does transit mean to us as a council and as a city? We may never get what we think we deserve to have a transit system. And I'm not running for election next fall, so I'm not here platforming for anything. I'm just saying what I feel. There are a lot of vulnerable people in this area, and I hear what Councillor Purcell is saying. And I understand Councillor Keel is trying to balance that by his awareness too of what individuals can afford in our community by keeping it a modest increase. But I do believe that the report we see in front of us is accurate when it says it will muddy the water, because at the end of year 2, if we've raised the rates, but we've seen a drop in ridership, how do we make that decision? How do we know that people just got disenchanted with the service, or it's because they seriously can't afford that extra $4 a day, which is $20 a week, which is $80 a month for people that are working 5 days a week using transit. So as much as I would love to say, let's raise it to 7, because I know what I pay in gas and I know what I pay in car insurance, but you know what, I'm fortunate that I can pay that. I'm fortunate that I can stop at a gas station and fill up my tank. And I may not like what I see on the pump, but certainly it doesn't stop me from filling up my tank. So, you know, when I came into this transit, I said it's going to be about how much does this cost individuals. And I have to tell you, even within my own household, I debate this issue of transit. But I do believe it's important. I was raised by a single mom in Toronto who had to take the bus to work every day because she couldn't afford a car. She worked for Bell Canada. She had a good job. But raising 3 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment, I'll tell you, TTC was our best friend, right? Even his children. So I am going to support this recommendation. You know, I might have went to the 25 cents, but again, it's going to muddy the waters. I don't want to take a chance that we're telling people that can barely afford $10 a day now that they can't take the bus anymore because of a few bucks. But you know, I mean, what might seem like a little bit of money to us is a lot of money, and it means maybe cutting back on how much milk they can have in their fridge for their kids or whatever the other items are. Anyway, that's my comment, and I've really turned around on this, but because of the statistics, and I'm thinking, let's wait till 2 years. If ridership is through the roof, then if this council of the day decides they want to play with rates, we'll know what our ridership is. We can maybe, this council can decide what they want to do with rates at that point. But like every recreation service we provide, the library, we don't make money. We don't make money on the library. We don't make money on our rinks. We don't make money in our parks. So I guess we have to decide, this council and the leadership that's at the table in a year will have to decide how much value is this giving to our community, and that's it.
Deputy Mayor?
Sure. So I'm out and about in the community quite a bit and talk to different folks, homeowners and transit riders. I've talked to over 75 of that since this motion came forward. And the general consensus is 90% of the people don't support an increase at this time. They say wait till your demand levels out after 2 years, as the staff recommend, treasurer and consultant. One comment I had was, I thought this was a pilot project, so why would you consider raising the price to $7 after 1 year? Transit has been a transformative change for the community, quality of life, economic development, and community values and service. 50% of the people take it to work. Think about that. Over 2,200 rides, 50% take it to work, and then 20% take it to school. We need to support the college. There's some students who take it, they have challenges, and they don't fall within the bus. They fall within the, they have to walk to school, but they take the transit because they have challenges. The co-op students use it heavily every month. It's opened doors for them. I was speaking to a young volunteer at the community garden the other day, and she uses transit because of the co-op. Madam Treasurer, thank you for the detailed report. We know that the handy bus, did you talk to the handy bus committee about the motion to increase it to 7?
So as Madam Treasurer has indicated, when the board meets, and it has not met,
Oh, okay,
so.
you haven't talked to them, okay. So we know the handy bus rates are up. The transit committee discussion we had 2 weeks ago was very not increase, the recommendations do not increase it to 7, do not increase it, look at it after 2 years. The college, Jody Buholt spoke on behalf of the college, Justin Jeffrey on behalf of the consortium, and our regular riders that use it. You're going to get less revenue, as a report stated. It's would sabotage the project, the data. The demand is not leveled out yet, so you should wait 2 years, as the staff and everybody else recommends. As far as cost savings go, as indicated in the report, Rural Transit Fund up to 80% funding, Canada Infrastructure Program, maybe handy bus amalgamation. You know, it's going to conflict with the goals of the pilot project. So I say stay status quo as recommended in the report until after 2 years. It's just not the right thing to do. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Jacquinot?
Would it be appropriate to make a motion at this time, Your Worship? Or are we just looking?
Unless it's a motion to amend the motion that's
No.
out there, there's a motion for $7. That's what we're debating.
Okay, no, I'll wait.
Okay, Councillor Plummer, did you want to? No? Okay, so gone around once, so from the chair, the purpose of the motion is to effectively get council to start talking about this in terms of being fiscally responsible. I recognize a significant increase by $2 is quite the jump. I don't think any one of us discounts the value of transit. We have the report in terms of who's moving around, that some of it is for economic purposes. We know, and I think what you're going to find is that come summertime, so we're there now, that the ridership is going to, ridership, not people, is going to go down because the college, we just had the graduation, I was there last week, and the high school kids aren't going to co-op anymore because they're off in the summer. So I think what you're going to see is the pattern is it's going to dip down. Come September, it's going to go back up. So I don't know what the magic is in terms of watching it for another year to see what the cycle is and who's dedicating themselves to taking the bus or not. I already see what the pattern is. It's like whenever you're at the Police Services Board and you get statistics, you ask for why. Well, why is your HGA numbers going up? Well, the HGA numbers are going up because the police are focusing more on HGA infractions. So in this particular case, why is the ridership going to go down for the next 2 months? It's going to go down because the college is out and so are the high school kids. But it's to get people talking about it. And so I have no issue with, and that's why I was inquiring as to whether it was a motion to amend. I have no issue with it being a modest increase. If what this council, I recognize where Councillor Lafreniere is coming from, but if you're going to tell me for the next 10 years it's going to be $5, I have a grave concern about keeping it always, even the library increases things. We increase things, we've done that countless times this term, of increasing what the costs are associated with the PMC or the PEMICE 2, the use of the marina. We've increased all of these different things. Why? Because you need to keep up, not that you're ever going to do full cost recovery, you're never going to do that, but it's to try and at least reduce some of it. I don't know that, I understand what the report is saying is that, well, if you increase it, well, then we don't know why ridership went down. I'm willing to bet that the ridership is going down for the next 2 months and then is going to go back up again, because that's why at one of the committee meetings I asked how many people are using, not rides, so if the deputy mayor uses it 20 times in a month, that's not what I'm interested in. That's one person that used it. That's why I wanted to know that, because how many lives has it impacted as opposed to 14,000 people, or is it one person utilizing it 20 times in the course of a month? So I have no issue if the motion fails. I would like to think, though, that council would support some sort of increase in the first year, because I'm then left with, why are you waiting another year and then determine at the end of 2? Why don't I make it 3? Because it is a 3-year pilot project. So you're going to evaluate it at the end of the 3. Other than it seems to coincide when there is a new council. But anyway, Councillor Jacquinot.
I would ask for a recorded vote, Your Worship.
Any other people wishing to speak to it? If not, we'll turn it over to staff for a recorded vote.
Okay, and so everyone's clear, this is for the motion to increase ORT fares from $5 to $7, correct?
Is there a timeline on this? When were we expecting the fare increase to be?
So the motion was
Okay.
August 1st.
Thank you.
And I will put that in the, we'll put that in motion, so thank you for clarifying. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
No.
Councillor Ed Jacquinot,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Nay.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Nay.
Councillor Troy Purcell, and Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nate?
All right, so the motion is,
Okay. Yay then? I don't know. I've never had that one. Okay,
all right, so the motion is not carried.
it's defeated. Is there any other motion? Councillor Keel?
I would move that the fares as of August 1st be increased by 5% to $5.25.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Plummer. Is there any discussion? Councillor Keel?
So I'll just, I mean, it's already been said, but I just, I don't entirely understand where some arguments are coming from around the table, that it's going to do a disservice to a certain population, but we'll do it next year. Okay. I don't understand not changing it in a pilot year. Some of what we seem to be saying is that, we'll wait until until I guess the next council, as Councillor Lafreniere correctly pointed out, decides whether to keep it or not, and then we'll raise the fares. Well, then if ridership plummets after we decide to keep it because they don't like a 50-cent or $1 increase, well, then we're really stuck. We're going to be sitting there with not a pilot project and the public saying we don't want to pay any more than $5. So for me, where I'm coming from, and I do appreciate Councillor Purcell's concern, but in terms of the balancing that I'm trying to do, this is certainly cheaper than the taxi service. This is certainly better than not having something at all. So I think when we're setting fares, we're always going to be trying to balance a rock and a hard place. The mayor said it, and he said it before. This is never going to make money. We all know that around the table. There's not a single transit system that I'm aware of, a public transit system, that makes money. But we do, I think we do have to recognize, and I certainly recognize, that we have a transit problem in Pembroke. We don't have the taxis that we used to have. Some people are now waiting literally hours to get a taxi. And they're certainly more expensive than our transit system. I had a lot of hope when I brought my motion to amend the limousine bylaw to allow rideshare, because prior to this council, rideshare was banned. I was really hoping that a private company would come in with a rideshare. There's been no uptake on that, and that's been now 2 or 3 years. So, I mean, transit I do think is important, and I will continue to say that it's important. But just as there's people using the transit system that are low income and they might be stretching things, so are the taxpayers who are paying the other end of it. There are a lot of them, seniors in particular, who aren't getting increases. And if we're not increasing fares, we're taking it out. There are other, I mean, there's grants, there's a plethora of ways to get money. I appreciate the treasurer bringing up the advertising, and I'm glad to hear that. I just, I think a modest increase, as the mayor said. We've done it with Parks and Rec. We've done it with the planning and building department. So that's why I'm proposing a 5% increase and did not support the prior 40%. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Plummer, as the seconder, did you wish to speak to it?
No, I believe Councillor Keel's laid out the valid points.
Councillor Jacquino.
Mr. Mayor, through you to our treasurer, in the terms of reference for the 3-year program, was there any indication and any caveat that we would revisit the fare within that 3-year period? Or was it set as that fare for the pilot project period?
Through the chair, I'm not aware that we made that stipulation that the $5 was for the whole 3 years. In my mind, the third year is either a wind down or is either we're winding down the service in the third year or we're transitioning to a permanent service. So that would be something that would be discussed as an issue in 27 to say, like, we're nearing the end of year 2.
So,
Like, do we want this to be permanent or not? And then if it's
Yeah.
going to be permanent,
but in other words, within the sphere of the rest of the term of the pilot project, we have the authority to raise that fee once a month if we so please. That be correct? Okay.
Okay, others wish to comment? Councillor Purcell?
Again, I'm adamant that we maintain the $5 fee. We could say this about any other type of service. So, $2.80, is that enough for a public swim? For recreation? Not to go to work? That's what it is, $2.80. How much does a pool cost us? We're putting $2 million into that pool this year. So, and this is just a recreation event. This isn't going back and forth to work. Like I said, people on ODSP, Ontario Works, there's a lot of people that are struggling. And this is not the only thing that's going up, but when cumulative, when you look at the increases that we've had over the past little while, people are struggling. You can nickel and dime them all you can to death, but people still are struggling. This is a basic need. Transportation is supposed to lose money. Public transportation is supposed to lose money. If you're really interested in okay, I'll go back. So we're going to go from 120,000 to probably 117 based on the Treasurer's report. So we lost 3,000 to make 6,000. That's the math. It's right here. And not only that, my expectation then is if we're increasing the fees, then we would increase the fees in terms of the handy bus. So if that's the case, then there's another $6,000 a year that we're not giving the handy bus. Does that make sense to everybody how this works? Now you're taking $6,000 away from the handy bus to deliver a service to those that are, yes, it's $500 a month. It's the 25 cents. I know, but it's 25 cents times 2,000 riders is $500. That's what you're going to make in terms of increasing the rates in terms of 25 cents. She just gave you the ridership. It's $500. Is that correct, Treasurer? Approximately, if you had 2,000 riders per
It's-
month.
So through the chair, yes. So
Yeah.
we're estimating 2,000 riders a month
2,000
on
times
average.
25 for those people that need maybe a calculator is $500. This is asinine. You know, it's actually, it doesn't make sense to me when we charge such little for things that really aren't important for individuals to make a living. We just saw the stat was 50% of individuals are using it to go to work. Come on, guys, we can do better. We can, if you're short $600 or $500 a month, I'm sure we could find it elsewhere. Maybe we have to increase the prices somewhere else, but that should be. This is the population that we're talking about now don't have much. And you know what? It's my promise that next meeting I'm going to bring in the food insecurity presentations for this council to see. If you're on ODSP or Ontario Works, how do you divvy out those dollars throughout the month? And if you guys don't think 25 cents per ride is important, be damned with you. It is important. Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere?
I just want to say that I do know how to do math, and I came up with $500 too, so thank you. I did the math before you told me,
So-
but anyway, that's beside the point. If this passes and we raise it by 25 cents and Handy Bus raises by 25 cents, it's not costing us more because we're subsidizing them now for that loss when they drop their revenue. So it would reduce how much we're subsidizing them. So I just want to clarify that. I'm not saying whether I support this or not, but the more money they take in, the less the city is subsidizing them. So it's reverse. Because right now we're topping them up because they need to charge 7 in order to balance their budget. We are the ones that told them they had to reduce it to 5, so we're making it up to them. So yeah, if they raise it, then we're only subsidizing at $1.75 a ride. Anyway, that's beside the point. But like, we're not here to argue. We're not here to badmouth each other. We're here to make a decision. But I mean, you know, treating people like they're just from another planet isn't going to help either. But anyway, I think we just have to make this decision.
Deputy Mayor, final word, and then we'll call the question.
Yeah, so I want to thank Councillor Purcell for, pointing out the food insecurity and the people struggling that use transit. With me, it's also a matter of principle. It's a pilot project, 25 cents, $6,000 a year. We're going to get 10,000 from advertising. We can look at other cost savings, like I mentioned, also through the grant program, but to me, it's a matter of principle. It's a pilot, keep it for 2 years and then look at it. But I'm not going to support the motion. The project's doing well. Keep it at $5, and that's it.
Okay, so I'll call the question, and I'd ask for a recorded vote on this one.
Review the motion, Your Worship, just for clarity.
So either from Madam Clerk or Councillor Keel, it's your motion. Did you wish to restate it, or one of you?
I believe the motion was for an increase of 5% to $5.25 as of August 1st.
All right, so Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah.
No.
Councillor Ed Jackno,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
No.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell. No. And Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
So the motion is defeated 4-3.
Okay, are there any other motions? And if there's not, we'll move on to the next matter. Seeing no other motions, Madam Treasurer, we'll move on to Recreation Facilities Building Condition Assessment Summary.
So we did, because this is a very numbers-heavy report, we did whip up a quick little PowerPoint to kind of match what we're seeing with some of the data that's in the report. So just give me 1 minute to call it up here. Uh-oh. So with me this evening is Jennifer Belair, who has done most of the legwork behind this report and presentation. So given the discussions that have been ongoing between the City of Pembroke and the Township of Laurentian Valley regarding the future of our shared recreation facilities, we felt it was important to update our building condition assessments for the 3 facilities so that we had the most up-to-date information upon which council could make decisions regarding the future of these facilities. So tonight we have prepared a report on the results of this building condition analysis and staff's assessment of the situation regarding these 3 facilities. So I will pass the mic over to Ms. Belair.
Hi. So the updated building condition assessments were conducted by Aegis in late 2025 with reports in early 2026. The facility condition index is calculated based on the component renewal needs in year 1 and 2 of the forecast, and that's divided by the replacement value of the building. So based on these assessments, the pool and the PACC are rated in poor condition with the PMC in fair condition. Replacement values have been calculated using industry standards, so they use a unit per square feet. The future facility replacement costs would be estimated higher as those buildings would not be replaced on a like-for-like basis, and they would have additional user expectations and updated codes and regulations. So these forecasted renewal costs are the next 20 years taken out of the BCA, and these ones are not inflated. So the BCA reports identified the need for over 20 million in the building component repairs, maintenance, or renewals over the next 20 years. So city staff have reviewed the recommendations in the BCA reports and have made some changes. And these changes included separating out operating compared to capital costs. We removed some upgrades that aren't required under current building codes. We updated forecasted costs for known pricing differences, so from recent tenders. We adjusted for inflation. And we also included 2 building improvement projects. So an expansion at Pem 2 for additional change rooms, parking lot, drainage, and paving, as well as an expansion of the Kinsman Pool for additional change rooms and potentially replacing the wading pool with a splash pad.
So I'll just add that our assumption is that until a decision is made to formally replace a building, that we will continue to maintain it. And if we're going to maintain the PACC and the Kinsman Pool, then there are changes that would be needed to meet user expectations. So as we know, we don't have a family change room in the PACC, and the change rooms themselves are very small. So if we're going to keep the pool for any length of time, beyond the next 5 to 10 years, then that's something that would need to be done. And as well for the PACC, right now the change rooms are located underneath the seating area. Thank you. And there aren't enough change rooms for the half-ice play that the lower level, what division of hockey is that?
U7, U9.
Yeah, U7, U9 have they divide that ice in half, and there just isn't enough change rooms to accommodate that. So again, we would think that if we're going to be keeping Pem 2 for any length of time, that should be addressed. And at the same time, because we'd be digging up part of the parking lot, that we'd also address the drainage and actually pave the parking lot at that location at that time.
So after the adjustments that we made to the BCAs, we've separated out, these are the repairs and maintenance per facility over a 10-year period. We've also adjusted for inflation. So that between the three buildings, the expected repair and maintenance costs would be about $202,000 per year. Sorry. These requirements have not been historically funded on a regular basis, so we will need to consider them in future operating budgets. And then similarly, so this is a 10-year for capital project requirements by facility, and adjusted for inflation, this would include any additional projects that we added, and that gives us a 10-year average of $2 million per year. So understanding that some of these projects would take on a debt financing requirement. So due to the age of the current recreation infrastructure and historical funding gap, a backlog of projects exist which will need to be funded in part by debt. So these are the projects that we've identified as utilizing debt financing. So taking those projects out, this is what we would be left with for capital. So it would bring us down to $1 million on average for a 10-year period.
So that would need to be funded by taxation.
So the capital funding gap, as compared to the 3-year average budget allocations for the city of $284,000 and Township of Laurentian Valley at a maximum contribution of $59,100, this represents a capital funding gap of roughly $685,000 per year. The operating funding gap, debt repayments for the facilities would increase annual operating budget requirements. Maintenance and repair work recommended in the BCA report will also require operating budget increases. So this table shows current operating plus the identified maintenance and repairs and debt repayment. Comparing the 2026 budget allocation of $1.6 million to the average 10-year operating requirement of $2.4 million, this represents an average annual funding gap of $800,000. This report is forecasting projects funded by taxation and debt. However, certain amounts may be reduced through grants and fundraising. There's specific options to manage this funding gap. Could include seeking out grant funding opportunities where possible, and this would mean having them designed and shovel ready. We could phase taxation increases over time to ensure affordability, ensure annual budgets keep pace with inflation rather than maintaining previous year's budgets. We could defer low-risk projects that don't impact service level, consider additional debt over and above the 4 projects that we identified to address the project backlog, consider renegotiation of the recreation agreement with the Township of Laurentian Valley as the historical capital contribution no longer reflect future requirements, and with the support of local fundraising groups, explore additional revenues like building naming rights to decrease tax requirement.
So we'll pass it back to the chair for any questions. And this is just presented for information. So the next step after this report is we will be providing this information to the Township of Laurentian Valley because they still have not provided a decision on whether or not they're going to honor our request of an extra 30% funding for the special projects we have as part of the 2026 capital budget. And they have asked for more information to see like where we're headed. So the intent is to provide them with this information so that their council can have a better discussion about what's going to be required over the long term and, you know, what their position is. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any questions or comments for our staff? Councillor Q.
So in table 1, the facility replacement cost and condition, what do we mean by facility replacement cost?
So that's coming from the building condition assessment. So they just take an industry standard unit rate and they multiply it by the square footage of the building. So it's based on a like-for-like replacement.
Somebody thinks we can get a new Kinsman pool for 5.2 million. I don't even understand these numbers. Is anybody else confused by this? What is that number? There's no. We just spent $2 million on Kinsman pool and we did not get a new pool. So what are these numbers? I'm not saying that to be mean to you. I literally mean, I don't know what these numbers are.
And sorry, the only time that those numbers are coming into play is in this table and when they're calculating the FCI. So everything else that we deal with is on a component basis. So when we're talking about replacements, it's per component, so it's not related to the whole building.
So the other numbers are more believable in my context, I guess is what I'm asking.
The purposes of the assessment is to make sure that we're renewing each component when needed.
Okay.
And I just will add to that staff have gone through, because it's basically massive Excel sheets of like, you know, couple hundred projects. So they have gone through them for reasonability, and where we know the costs are different, we have made changes. So for example, it looked like they were underestimating the work we need to do to replace the floor. And so we have adjusted the cost estimate for that. So we have done that on a number of projects where the numbers didn't add up from our perspective. Understanding that for them, they've just done a simple multiplication of the gross floor area times the unit rate. And I'm not sure if 450 is what we were looking at for the like $450 a square foot. I'm not sure where we landed on that number. I do believe we were looking at a much larger building to replace the pool the next time around, so we already know that number is off. I know the consultants have proposed a variety of different unit rates. I'm just not aware what the most recent one was.
Okay, because I just like, if this was to get reported, I don't want somebody knocking on my door tomorrow saying, well, why can't we have a new pool for 5 million? Because I don't even remotely know where you would get a new pool for 5 million. And even the two rinks, like, I can't imagine replacing the PMC is 18 million. I mean, because that made me nervous when all of a sudden we were sort of flying through that. Is sometimes, you know, sometimes the media or somebody picks stuff up from these things, but I'm not an expert and I'm not an engineer either, but those numbers just, I can't imagine that that's true, so I'm confused. Could we maybe get a follow-up from them if the consultant thinks they can build me a pool for 5.2 million?
Plummer?
So through the chair, so we can revisit this. I can connect with the committee to see what kind of numbers were being looked at, and we can do a staff version of this that more accurately reflects what we think the numbers will be, like based on the more fulsome knowledge of exactly what's going to be in the buildings in the future that we're looking at. So we can look at that and try to come up with a staff proposed estimate as opposed to this very simple math that the consultant did.
Plummer?
Will we ever receive a breakdown, like just the PMC is season year 1 to 5, 5.4 million. Is there a breakdown that we could see, like what that entails? What projects that encompasses? And like, I just know from being and talking to Jordan in the recreation department, but I know the PCC is looking at a new floor immediate. That's 1.1, it's $1 million. So I know what that is, but I'm not sure what this 5 million encompasses. It's just a number for.
So I guess through the chair, would we share the report itself, CAO UNRWA?
Well, so normally, kind of going back to the previous comments, like we're kind of getting into the weeds. Like what usually happens is that for like a type of report like that in regards to the total asset management, we bring items forward at budget time, and so we don't share individual like details throughout the lifespan, but they come up through the budget process.
I don't really like that answer, but okay. I just see it's just as a council, to plan for future budgets. I understand, like maybe from a, council on like position of next year if on that council, you're in this council term, you're going to be spending maybe up to $5 million. What are those projects, going forward? Like, are we doing a pool? We're doing a floor? Are we doing boards? Are we doing glass? Are we doing seats? Are we doing all this sort of stuff? Maybe that's the time council can say, that's something, even I heard in the treasurer or the report said, defer a project that can, they're actually not that bad. We can defer that. So it's not $5 million. It's actually $3 million or something like that. But I'll accept it for this as just a reports on numbers. I just think some more detail to council would be appropriate.
Treasurer?
So we do have another level of breakdown we could provide because we did provide some of that to Laurentian Valley already. So it's like the different categories that it falls into, like if it's electrical or like exterior envelope and that kind of thing. So we could break that down. I will say for the PMC, they are looking at a similar floor replacement plus replacing the seating. So it would make it, those two things alone would make it more expensive than the renewals required at the PACC. And that's part of the grouping that we did in terms of a project we would group together and fund through debt. So I think that's on one of the slides here. Yeah, so the PMC floor, 2.9 million. And I believe that also includes some seating in there. But yeah, we can provide another level of detail. And that's not a problem.
Question for the CAO. So in terms of your response, is it because we discuss things in open, and when you go to tender something, then corporations or others have an idea as to what it is that we're talking about and what the dollar amount is that we think that we're doing for certain things, as opposed to just like a more generic? Is that the reason, or am I totally off as to what your answer is?
Yeah, it's again kind of getting more in the weeds in the operations of the corporation versus setting the strategy and the risk. That's really where it comes from. There is a little bit in regards to, we don't want to say, we're going to replace it, for X amount of dollars and then go to tender, and obviously that would have some concerns. But council hires professional staff, to bring and projects forward in regards to capital and operation and maintenance, and we do that at the budget time. So that's.
Are there other questions for staff? Simply from the chair, I can say that in discussions with Mayor Bennett, certainly, and I understand where Laurentian Valley is coming from, is what do things cost? Like, they're not just going to throw money at things and so forth if you want to, as per our earlier request and so forth. So they want to see some numbers, and I don't blame them. I would hope, though, as I mentioned earlier when I was talking about even statistics in terms of the police board and so forth, that staff are giving not just the report, but some commentary with the report, so that their staff has an appreciation as to questions like Councillor Keel's raising, saying, how can you build that for that? So that they have an appreciation as to how those numbers are arrived at and so forth. And I don't doubt that they have a treasury and so on and so forth. I'm not trying to minimize that either. But there needs to be some context as to these numbers so that they have a more fulsome idea or understanding of what they're looking at as well. So are we good with that one? As I understand, it's for information only, and next step is it's going to Laurentian Valley. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Okay. So thank you, Madam Treasurer. That brings us to the last one for Operations Committee tonight is OREG 588-17 Annual AMP Progress Report.
So the City of Pembroke is required to make an annual report on the status of the city's the progress towards asset management. And with us again tonight is Ms. Blair to present the report.
This report's also for information purposes. So it's to provide an update on the progress of the asset management plan and financial strategy. Under Ontario Regulation 588-17, municipalities must report to council at least once per year on the current progress of the AMP and any factors that are impeding the implementation. So under the regulation for municipal infrastructure, AMPs are to be phased in as follows. So phase 1 was the approved strategic asset management policy in 2019. Phase 2 was an approved AMP for core assets in 2022. followed by an AMP for non-core assets in 24. And phase 4 is an approved AMP for all assets, including proposed levels of service and a funding strategy for 2025. The implementation of phase 4 plan has been delayed due to resource limitations, with other infrastructure studies taking precedence. The recreation facilities long-term planning discussion with TLV and the street scan condition assessments taking priority over the consolidated AMP plan. City staff are currently working on phase 4 and aim to provide an updated AMP to council in the summer of 2026, and it'll be in 2 parts. The water and wastewater rate study will be amended to serve as the city's AMP for those 2 asset classes, and a financial plan for water and wastewater assets. And secondly, an approved AMP for core assets will be integrated into the non-core AMP that was presented in 24. And it'll include an overarching long-term financial plan. Since July 2025, Treasury staff have been working with various departments, compiling data to include in the AMP for all assets, working with OPS summer students to address information gaps, launching a public engagement software that allows us to provide information to residents as well as gain feedback regarding levels of service and budget priorities, incorporating the AMP into the city's 2026 budget cycle, and compiling information to create a multi-year roadmap to better plan for studies and assessments that impact the AMP. And the roadmap will also include cyclical reviews and updates of both the strategic asset management policy and plan. Factors impeding the implementation, as identified above, were staff resources versus other studies, availability of data, particularly storm sewer assets, integration with other plans, and the volume of deferred capital renewal projects versus available funding. The dedicated capital levy increase included in the 2026 budget is a positive step forward taken by council and should be continued to address infrastructure pressures and project backlog. To overcome these factors, the city continues to gather additional information to fill in identified gaps for state of infrastructure, replacement costs, and condition, working on identifying acceptable risk levels that coincide with levels of service and available funding, and continuing to integrate and align master plans and budget with the AMP. Once phase 4 AMP report is complete, Treasury staff will look to establish an internal asset management working group to further integrate and embed AM practices into city operations and advance improvements in each city department over time. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Belair? Quiet crew. Okay, well, thank you for your reports. And at this time, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. I have the Deputy Mayor, sent by Councillor Keel. Those in favor, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for June 16th, 2026. I would ask those who wish and are able to please take an opportunity to stand for an opening prayer or reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosed pecuniary interest in relation to the open matters on the council agenda? Seeing none. Brings us to minutes. So first set of minutes is regular meeting of council, June 2nd, 2026. I'd entertain a motion for those. Councillor Keel, seconded by, and we're limited on who we have here, Councillor Plummer. Those in favor, and that is carried. Then we have adoption of minutes from committees. We have one this evening, Operations Committee, May 19th, 2026, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. And then last but not least, we have receiving minutes from a local board. We have the Pembroke Heritage Murals, June 3rd, 2026. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? That is carried. No delegations this evening. Brings us to staff and committee reports, and I'm going to ask, and I'll just ask it once so that we can get past this particular procedural item, is dispensing rereading of reports, whether they be reports or bylaws or motions, in any event. So first up, we have Operations Committee P25-05, Quarry Road Extension Phase 1, Councillor Keel.
Your Worship, your Operations Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening as follows. Resolution number 2026-06-something. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Recommendation that the Quarry Road Extension Phase 1 tender P25-05 be awarded to GP Splinter Forest Products Limited in the amount of $898,265 plus applicable HST, being the lowest and responsible bidder. Approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $100,000 for a contingency allowance. The total value of the recommendation equals $989,265 plus applicable HST. This was literally discussed earlier tonight. I don't feel the need.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next one, Operations Committee P26-01. Sorry about that. Operations Committee P26-01, Project Management Service for Water Reservoir System Expansion. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Your Operations Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening as follows. Resolution number 2026-06, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell. The recommendation that the project management services for the water reservoir system expansion P2601 be awarded to Collier's project leaders in the amount of $510,000 plus applicable HST, being the lowest and responsible bidder. Also, an approval of additional expenditures in the amount of $125,000 for a contingency allowance. The total value of the recommendations equaling $635,000 plus applicable HST. Waiting your signature, Your Worship.
Thank you. So, Councillor Giacono, did you wish to speak to this matter?
I would make a short comment, Your Worship. This particular motion deals with partnerships. We're dealing with the Laurentian Valley as well. And the grant that we received in the amount of $28,738,266 earlier in the spring will allow us to proceed. And what this does is create good partnerships and keeps our infrastructure where it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Great news indeed. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is Waste Management Curbside Collection Contract PW 11-2026. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Your Operations Committee begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening. It was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Giacono that the award to the request of the proposal PW 11-2026 collection of municipal curbside waste be awarded to Miller Waste Systems in the amount of $1,227,934.66 plus applicable HST for 1 year
April 1st, 2027 to March 31st, 2028 of a 7-year waste collection service contract. The award of the subsequent 6 years of the collection of municipal curbside waste at the contract rates adjusted by CPI on the first day of April each year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell, did you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. Pretty straightforward. We discussed this at length earlier at our committee meeting.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. And the last staff and committee report this evening, 2025 development charges, treasurer statement. Madam Treasurer.
So attached for information is the 2025 Development Charges Treasurer Statement. So this is a new reporting requirement for municipalities under the Development Charges Act and OREG 8298. And it will be included as part of the city's development charge reduction grant application. So in 2021, according to our background study, Council approved a motion to maintain DC rates at current levels, which reflects in 2021 an average reduction of 89% as compared to the permitted DC rates. As a result of this approach, DC funds collected are not allocated to every eligible project included in the background study as it occurs because due to the small value of funding that's generated, but rather earmarked to a specific upcoming project and built up over several years for each service category. So under this approach, funding shortfalls for growth-related projects are funded through property taxes, water rates, and wastewater rates as applicable. So this is a slightly different format than what council is accustomed to, and I guess a new item in particular is under Table 4. So we have a requirement to allocate at least 60% to upcoming projects for the water, wastewater, and roads category. So that provides detailed calculations to ensure that we meet that 60% target allocation of funds available. And on Table 6 is a detailed list of all of the capital projects that were included in the original study. And as I mentioned, we don't have the funds available to fund all of them through development charges collected. So we do kind of target certain projects for funding that we consider, of utmost importance that we achieve. So this shows basically all the all of the items in gray indicate projects that are completed, and where applicable, where DC funds have been allocated to the project. Where that hasn't been indicated, that means that either taxation, water rates, or sewer rates have been used to fund the project. So out of the $13.7 million of eligible projects completed so far, so out of the total $13.6 million of projects identified under the background study, 5.1% of projects have been completed, and we have actually collected $466,000 related because we have reduced the rate. So that leaves a gap of $4.7 million that has to be funded through alternate methods. So I did have a bit of an update on the DC Development Charge Reduction Program that Director Soriel wanted me to share with you. So as discussed at the last committee meeting, the city will be submitting an application under the Development Charges Reduction Program for the proposed Supples Landing lift station. So should the application be successful, the project could facilitate the development of approximately 140 additional residential units in this area north of Nelson Street. As a condition of the program, the city would be required to reduce the residential development charges by 50%. So we have already reduced it by 89%. So we'd have to reduce it even more than that by half again in order to apply and be eligible for this funding. So we have requested, we're currently getting clarification on if we can request $900,000 or $1 million with the program, and if approved, the project could provide up to 90% of eligible costs. So we should receive this a notice of whether or not we are successful in this application by late summer. So we have dedicated significant time and resources to the preparation of the application with the help of Hempson Consulting. So the application was released on June 10th with a submission deadline of 10 a.m. on this Friday, June 19th. So given the compressed time frame, staff and consultants have worked diligently to assemble the required information and complete the application within the prescribed deadline. So we did have a meeting earlier this week to look over the application. In total, the project is going to be worth $2 million. So $1 million of that is replacing the current service, and the other $1 million of the $2 million project is related to growth. So the portion of this cost that isn't going to be covered by the grant would need to be covered by debt, because that's a significant amount of money for one project. And if we used the rates, we would not be able to do any other large infrastructure projects next year, which might include either the next phase of Nelson Street or Isabella. So the recommendation by Director Lewis was to propose funding the city portion of this project through debt. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And if we are successful in receiving this grant, then I would provide a report on how that would impact our debt repayment limits. So thank you.
Any questions for Madam Treasurer on this topic? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, Madam Treasurer. That brings us to proclamations. We have 3 this evening. First is, I do hereby declare the week of June 15th through to the 21st as Seniors Loneliness Awareness Week in the City of Pembroke. Whereas across Canada, many older adults are carrying a quiet burden of feeling unseen, disconnected, or alone. And whereas while loneliness can affect anyone, seniors are especially vulnerable to losing their everyday connections that help in feeling valued and supported. And whereas human connection does more than support our health, it also helps us feel seen, valued, and connected to the people and places around us. So across Canada, many older adults are carrying a quiet burden of, as indicated, feeling unseen, disconnected, or alone. And we can be part of the solution by reaching out to seniors and building the connection that can make a meaningful difference. A few simple actions make a world of difference, such as calling seniors, visiting them, sharing coffee, listening to their stories, and letting them know that they matter. Human connection does more than supports our health. It helps us feel seen, valued, and connected to the people and places around us. So from June 15th to the 21st, take a moment to connect with a senior. So now, therefore, I, Ron Gerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the week of June 15th through to the 21st to be Seniors Loneliness Awareness Week in the City of Pembroke, and encourage all to reach out to our seniors with a few simple actions such as a phone call, a visit, listening to their stories, and letting them know they matter. The next proclamation is that of National Indigenous Peoples Day, and I do hereby declare that June 21st, 2026 as National Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Pembroke. Whereas the Government of Canada acknowledges June as National Indigenous History Month and June 21st as National Indigenous Peoples Day as a way to honor the history, heritage, and diversity of Indigenous people in Canada, as well as to recognize the strength of present-day Indigenous communities. And whereas the Indigenous peoples of Canada have made and continue to make valuable contributions to Canadian society, and it is considered appropriate that there be in each year a day to mark and celebrate these contributions and to recognize the different cultures of the Indigenous people of Canada. And whereas National Indigenous Peoples Day is a wonderful opportunity to become better acquainted with the cultural diversity of First Nation, Inuit, Métis people, and to discover the unique accomplishments of Indigenous peoples. And whereas the City of Pembroke is a community that celebrates its cultural diversity. So June 21st is National Indigenous Peoples Day. This is an opportunity to celebrate the cultural richness, contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I encourage all residents to celebrate and embrace our rich cultural fabric. There will be teachings, music, and other activities on June 21st at the Pembroke Waterfront Amphitheatre, organized by the Waikiki Lodge from 10 through till 4 o'clock. So therefore, I, Ron Gerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim June 21st as National Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Pembroke, and urge all residents to take an opportunity to celebrate and recognize the contributions of the Indigenous peoples to our community and country. The last proclamation for this evening is that I do hereby declare June 30th, 2026 as Indigenous Survivors Day, also known as National Blanket Ceremony Day in the City of Pembroke. And whereas the City of Pembroke recognizes the historical injustices endured by Indigenous peoples due to colonization, forced assimilation, and systemic injustices, and whereas Indigenous Survivors Day, National Blanket Ceremony Day on June 30th provides an opportunity to acknowledge the resilience, strength, and cultural heritage of Indigenous communities who have persevered through historical traumas, providing a time of recognition and remembrance. And whereas designating June 30th as Indigenous Survivors Day, National Blanket Ceremony Day creates a platform for healing, education, and dialogue, raising awareness about the unique struggles faced by Indigenous peoples. And whereas this observance serves as a solemn reminder for the ongoing challenges faced by Indigenous communities and highlights the importance of supporting their cultural heritage and promoting understanding. And whereas by implementing Indigenous Survivors Day, also known as National Blanket Ceremony Day on June 30th, the City of Pembroke demonstrates its commitment to honoring Indigenous survivors, promoting healing, and building a more equitable and inclusive city. So this is an opportunity to acknowledge the resilience, strength, and cultural heritage of Indigenous communities who have persevered through historical traumas, providing a time of recognition and remembrance. So therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim June 30th, 2026 as Indigenous Survivors Day, National Blanket Ceremony Day in the City of Pembroke. That brings us to bylaws. First this evening, Council Lafreniere is 2026-56 Ontario Transfer Payment Agreement for Official Plan.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that bylaw 2026-56, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an Ontario Transfer Payment Agreement between His Majesty the King in Right of Ontario, represented by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, to receive funding to support the early adoption of a new official plan framework in support of full provincial implementation be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation.
Council Lafreniere was discussed earlier, but did you wish to provide any comment?
No, really, it's so we can go ahead and with this program. We don't have to do it. It was an elective, but we chose to, and it was discussed earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next one is 2026-57 NES Recycling Collection and Disposal Fee. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ed Giacono, that bylaw 2026-57, a bylaw to impose an annual fee to be charged to the owners, householders, or occupants of any building in the City of Pembroke whose occupant is classified as a non-eligible source to defray the expense of the collection and disposal of recycling materials which fall outside of the Province of Ontario's producer pay recycle model be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to it?
This was approved at last committee, last council meeting.
Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Brings us to motions this evening. First up, we have Resolution 2026-0625, Community Municipal Grants Reserve Fund. Councillor Purcell.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Giacono that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke deems to expedite to create a new reserve as follows. The reserve name is the Community Municipal Grants Reserve. Reserve type is project legislative reference, the City of Pembroke Community Recreation Grant Policy. Its contribution is an annual operating budget allocations, eligible expenditures are set out in the policy. Council approved target level is not applicable. The authority in regards to transfers in, the treasurer is authorized to transfer the reserve at year end any unspent community municipal grants funding. The amount to be transferred shall be calculated as the annual budgeted allocation approved by council, less the actual grants approved by the paid during the fiscal year in accordance with the community recreation grant policy. In terms of authority to transfer out, the treasurer is authorized to transfer from the reserve to the current year operating budget from carry forward unspent funding from the prior year and use under the community recreation grant policy. Thank you.
You, Councillor Purcell, did you wish to speak to this one?
Certainly. So this is a resolution to create a new Community Municipal Grants Reserve. The new reserve was discussed at March 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Finance Administration Committee, and this reserve will permit the carry forward of any unused community municipal grant funds from one year to the next. Thank you.
You call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next one is Resolution 2026-06-26, Pembroke Area Airport Commission Budget. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Worship. Members of Council, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Fernier. The recommendation be it resolved that the Corporation City of Pembroke hereby approves the Pembroke and Area Airport Commission's 2026 budget as submitted and awaiting your signature.
Councillor Giacono, did you wish to speak to this one?
I do, Your Worship, while I'm up. Airports are such an important part of any municipal structure. As a small community, we're very fortunate. And through the partnerships and collaborations of other municipalities around us, we wouldn't have this airport. I know that it's crucial to air ambulance if they have to refuel. CNL had a delegation that came from Jamaica some time ago to take a look at Jamaica. So I'm sure they had chartered a plane. Charters come in and out of there all the time. We're not really aware of all the traffic. Perhaps Councillor Plummer, who's the chair of the Airport Commission, would like to comment on that. But if you look at airports and what it does for a community, you know, it's instantaneous transportation to community quickly. And in business, you know, time means money. So the KI factory that we have here, originally its plant was based in Green Bay, Wisconsin, I believe. And I mean, if the CAO of that particular firm wants to do some business, talk to somebody in Pembroke, he's not going to travel by car or bus. He's coming by plane, corporate jet. And thank goodness that we have the ability to host these folks. And as well, the Department of Natural Resources, I believe when we had the fires, we're surrounded by trees. If you go up in the air, you know, and you go straight to the North Pole, all you're going to see is trees. We had forest fires, and their ability to refill there and fuel is also income for our community. Perhaps, Councillor, you'd like to speak to that, being the chair?
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Yes, Councillor Giacono laid out quite elegantly. There are many agencies that use the airport. Certainly the MNR during forest fire season is very important having the airport, you know, for searching for fires, but also helping to then refuel aircraft and then put them out. You know, many different agencies, the search and rescue, OPP, the air ambulance, as I said, the fixed wing come in for air ambulance there, fly out a lot. I do have a meeting later this week, and I mean, the next council meeting I can bring back the actual amount of movements we have per year. I don't have that stat in front of me to have, but certainly the airport is a vital part of the community, and there are many things happening in the future and new developments planned for the airport. I know the military is a very big user of the airport as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono and Councillor Plummer, for providing us some enlightenment in terms of the importance of the airport to our community, and not just Pembroke, but the entire community. So with that, I'll call the question. Those in favor? It is carried. Last resolution this evening, 2026-06-27, DWQMS 2025 report. Councillor Keel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke accepts the DWQMS Management Review Report for 2025. I have no further comment.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. No correspondence this evening. Under Mayor's report, on June 5th, I was pleased to receive the BGC flag to acknowledge and celebrate the significant anniversary that they're celebrating nationally and locally. Their flag was flown for the weekend of June 5th. Later that day, I was pleased to be joined by many members of council as well as our CAO as we got to take in some goat snuggles and kick off the night market. June 6th, I was pleased to represent council at the Air Cadet Review at the Garrison. These young men and women have dedicated a great deal of their time to developing various skills through the cadets program. Thank you to the parents and the mentors and to the military for putting this forward. Later that day, the deputy and Councillor Keel and I had a pleasure of attending a Valley Hindu Parivar meeting, and certainly an excellent opportunity to meet with different individuals and express, as I expressed that evening, I truly believe that we're better together. Our community is better off learning from each other and celebrating the various cultures of each other. June 12th, I attended the Waterfront Algonquin College graduation. It was nice to see so many nice young individuals graduating, a few individuals that I knew personally, and so it's nice to see that look in their eyes as they're getting their diplomas and they're heading off into the world. And so these are many individuals that will be filling much needed positions in our community and abroad. June 15th, I had the pleasure to attend the unveiling of Jenny Bullcolse's pollinator garden at our beautiful waterfront. Jenny worked 8 years caring for and beautifying our waterfront. This was a beautiful tribute to her as she retires from caring for our waterfront. Well done to the Horticulture Society for all the great work, and I know Councillor Jacquino has often spoken about different individuals attending and coming to our waterfront as an attraction. I know in speaking to Jenny and now the new gardener and the student, they also have a student, certainly they tell me that a number of individuals throughout the day attend there, have lots of different questions about Pembroke, and they are our ambassadors. They are the ones saying, oh, you should check out the museum. Oh, you should check out different events and so forth. So it's wonderful to have individuals, boots on the ground, if you will, at our waterfront that keeps those individuals in our community, and they get to enjoy what perhaps we might take for granted. As for other matters, it is with regret that I inform members of the council that our historic institution in the city of Pembroke will be lost ending next week. I have it on good authority that the Pembroke Observer and News will be no more after next week. The paper has been providing news since 1855 and is a historical institution providing news and keeping us informed. This is truly regrettable. This institution has employed many employees over the years, many of which would sit in our council chambers, taking down various notes and whatnot and reporting on what takes place here. This institution has employed many different employees, whether they be carriers, reporters, editors, and even at one point my own wife, before she was my wife. We sincerely thank all of them, and in particular, without taking away from any of them, and I sincerely do not want to take away from any of them, I'm sure that you would all acknowledge Anthony Dixon, who for the last number of years has been the editor, layout person, journalist. He was everything to that paper, but that paper after next week will be no more. There will be no online version, no paper at all. So, with that, as always, stay safe and be kind to one another. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Councillor updates. Councillor Jacquino.
I know I've been talking quite a bit this evening, Your Worship, but have to bring to Council's attention the annual general meeting of Renfrew County Housing Authority, which was held last Wednesday. The report is 110 pages plus, so if anybody wants to review it, I brought it forward, and I'll leave it with the CAO. One of the topics they talked about in social housing was that it has been in our community for such a long time, and sometimes it has, people look at it in a negative way, but a lot of good comes out of social housing as well. As I mentioned, a lot of people are on a ship and the ship sinks, and the County of Renfrew throws them a life raft, and that life raft in many instances is social housing, where people have come from abusive relationships, abusive environments, or other severe circumstances where they've lost a spouse, they have 4 or 5 children. Where do they go? And I mean, we support that program, and I got to tell you that there's local groups such as the Boys and Girls Club that within our community that have programs there, and along with the volunteers, the parents of the children themselves, they help develop their character and try and get them back into normality. I know that I know 2 individuals that were in the social housing environment. One individual, he was thrust in that circumstances as a child. And I mean, how do you explain that to a child? You're going from this really nice home and you're going to an area, where there's all kinds of other children and circumstances may be a little different. And sometimes it can be tough, growing up in that environment. As Councillor Fernier said, her mother raised a number of children in a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, took the bus, and it's people that, social housing helps people that need a hand. So I know of 2 individuals, and I'm not going to mention their names, but I know one individual who worked so hard. He didn't want to be in a social housing environment. His mother did not want to be there, so they worked hard. They saved money. He had 3 paper routes, 3. And the money he would make, he wouldn't spend on himself. He would give it to his mother so that they initially, they'd had this oasis. They could leave the oasis and go on to their own little home. And this individual today is a very prominent businessman in our community. He has over 72 employees. And I know personally, some of those employees, he will help them mortgage a home so that they won't be in the same environment that he ended up being in. Another one, some of you may know him, you probably won't know him from his background, but the individual joined the military, serving in a senior leader's capacity in Latvia. He's there right now. He serves there, so he evolved from that environment to make himself a better person. So from that aspect, social housing is a good thing. It helps people. It's a large budget. We contribute to it, but that's what our society is all about. We're trying to help people get back on their feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Any other committee updates? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just have a few. This Friday, we've rented the Legion. We're having in the Rhythm of Giving benefit for the John Butler family who lost his home and vehicles to a fire a number of weeks ago. So it's $20, 5 bands. We have limited capacity, so come early. And it's great to see the support you've had with silent auction. We'll also have 50-50. I want to thank Councillor Keel for your sponsorship. Thank you. We want to thank the bands and everyone and the organizing committee. So that's this Friday. Doors open at 7 at the Legion. July 8th, on behalf of the mayor and I, for the Cultivating Community grant that we received from the TD Friends of the Environment. There's still tickets available for the Paul Zammit speaker presentation at the Algonquin College. It's going to be a good night. It's also in partnership with the Horticulture Society, the college, and Care4, who graciously donate the land. And at that night, we'll be providing an update on the grant project. If you drive by the community garden, everything is done, the 12 garden beds for the food bank, irrigation system, and drop in. Everyone's welcome. And I was there this afternoon and on the weekend, and as the mayor will agree, it's really a community. It's a great thing. The June 20th, also this Saturday, we have Go Skate Day at the skateboard park, put on by Tanner Hogan and friends in the skateboard community. And we hope to see Councillor Frenier there, one of the original sponsors of skateboarding. It starts at 4 o'clock. They have 2 or 3 bands and some food, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And then we're going to Red's Cookhouse at noon for the opening. Is that correct? Yep. In the Riverside Park. And on behalf of Councillor Purcell and I, we're on the Multicultural Festival Committee. We're looking for volunteers. So July 17th and 18th, we had a meeting the other day, and we're looking forward to volunteers. And just contact the library, Cathy Regimani. And that's it for tonight, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Your Worship. Lots of stuff going on, which I think generally in the spring things start to get going. I want to, through Your Worship and the CAO, thank our staff who assisted with the AOR's Municipal Public Works Trade Show on June 3rd and 4th. I was there both days, one day by myself, and then luckily a second day with the CAO and Your Worship, and having the CAO with you certainly helps explain a lot more than I was understanding the first day that I went. Also on June 4th, the Garrison Petawawa Business Luncheon, also attended with the CAO and the mayor. Certainly lots of good things coming out of the Garrison right now, including in the housing front. So certainly the CAO and I were seated with one of the majors who's responsible for real property matters, and he certainly was quite interested to talk to us about the needs of the base coming up. Later that night, I was at Streetlight Theatre Company for their latest production, Tick Tick Boom. A show I hadn't heard about before, but it was a truly excellent show. We were very lucky to have Streetlight Theatre, and I know later this year they have a show coming to Festival Hall in November, I believe. June 5th, as was mentioned, was the Boys and Girls Club Club Day, and thank Rodina Gardner, Connor McGuire, and the Rotary Club was there doing a barbecue. I think the deputy mayor was there after I was, because also on that night, as the mayor said, we were at the Pembroke Night Market for that opening. So kicking off an extra month of the Pembroke Night Markets this year, every Friday from 5 till 9. On the next day, June 6th, the Pembroke Public Library had their giant annual book and bake sale. I heard that the deputy mayor was there before I was, and all the baked goods were gone. I draw no conclusions, but it was nice.
Councillor Purcell ate them all.
Oh, Councillor Purcell was there. Oh, nobody. Okay, nobody mentioned that. You were mentioned as there, but.
They were all sold out by the time I got there.
Oh, well, we're narrowing this down. So thank you to the Friends of the Public, the Pembroke Public Library, for their support of our local library. Later that night, the Valley Hindu Parivar Community Connective Evening. This was such a great event, not just to be able to connect with members of our community, but there was a good presentation that we were given. Certainly their business connections, their contributions to our community, to our economy. Certainly a growing community here in the Pembroke area. June 8th, Councillor Lafreniere, you did a great job with the Civic and Youth Awards, co-hosted with Brian Burton. It never ceases to amaze me. This, I guess, is the third or fourth year that I've been attending, and when you hear, particularly the youth, when you hear their resumes and what they're getting up to, certainly it gives you a lot of promise for where the next generation is going to be taking our community. And so congratulations to all the winners. June 11th, Taste and Talks Pembroke Business Social. This was held at the at Festival Hall in the lobby. A truly excellent event. There were dozens of people there. I believe it was confirmed it was our best attended business social. And I want to thank Reiki Meats Products, Wilkie's Fresh Baked Bread, Alma Sweets, Mapleside Sugar Bush, Farmstead Cheese House, and Gelateria, and Doghouse Brewing Company. So there were different stations set up featuring local businesses, and different questions posed to members as you made your way from station to station. This past Saturday, I was invited to a neighborhood block party on Esther Street, and this is an annual event that they do. I know Operations assists in providing some roadblocks, and it was a traditional street party. They blocked off the block, and it was potluck, and it's the local neighborhoods, Esther Street, Maple, William, and that whole area come together. It was a truly nice event. Like I said, just a traditional street party and a good way to get to know neighbors. And this is something that I might be talking with staff and council about later on, whether or not we should perhaps develop a policy on these, because I would really like to support more of these, Your Worship. It was a truly just nice event to attend, get to know people and neighbors, talking about local neighborhood issues and getting to know each other. A couple of them were brand new to the area. They were very excited to be invited and to get to know people. And we're often dealing with high level things here at council, as we have been tonight, and it was nice just to be on the ground in a local neighborhood. On this past weekend, I also attended the Fire Team K9 open house. This is a local operation. They used to be on Boundary Road. They grew out of that space. They're now on Barron Canyon Road, and they train service dogs for first responders and our military veterans. And they are looking for fosters. If anybody thinks that they can take in a dog and give it back, that there's a key part to that. Again, this is an organization that I've gotten to know over the last year, and they do a lot of work in our community, and a lot of the service dogs that you see in our community are from Fire Team K9. Yesterday, I was at the opening of the Pembroke location of Keller Williams, Inspire Realty and Broker. Amanda McParland, her new office located at 259 Pembroke Street East. Certainly real estate is hopping, as I'm sure his worship knows. And so this is Amanda McParland, a local realtor, but this is certainly an extension of a new realty company coming into town. And I will leave it at that. Lots of stuff upcoming, Your Worship, including at Festival Hall. CDE Dance Academy has 3 shows this weekend. SOS, the ABBA Experience on June 27th. What I'm really looking forward to, Sunday, June 28th, The Somewhat True Tale of Robin Hood. This is the culminating event of the spring theater program, the Theater Youth Program. So certainly I would encourage everybody to attend that. And then we have shows going right through the summer, and you can check those out at festivalhall.ca. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other updates? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to extend. Councillor Plummer, seconded by, reluctantly, Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Okay. Deputy Mayor, I understand you have a motion to move into a closed session.
That's right. Thank you, Richard. Motion for council to move into a caucus meeting on June 16, 2026. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ed Jacquinot. That this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board as it relates to update on Transcan Corporate Park, offer in Transcan 1, Transcan 2, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board as it relates to recreation facility contract, 273 Victoria Street, legal update, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them as it relates to Government of Canada, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board as relates to County Shared Services Agreement, Township of Merchant Valley Recreation Agreement, Ottawa River Power Corporation Agreement Amendment.
Thank you. So we have a motion to move into closed session. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session.